I'm Lynn Gray, Chair of the Hillsborough County School Board. I want to welcome you to Hillsborough County Public Schools. We serve more than 200,000 students. That includes children in preschool through our Adults in Our Workforce program.
Hi, I'm Dr. Stacy Hahn, the Board Vice Chair. Our district is the 7th largest in America, and our team is made up of more than 24,000 people working at nearly 250 sites across the county.
We are diverse and dedicated. Our board meetings are held in our board auditorium on select Tuesdays at 4 p.m. The best way to serve our students and our community is to involve you, the public, in what we do.
You are welcome to email or meet with any of our board members and follow our district on social media. Board meetings are covered live by Hillsborough Schools TV on Spectrum Cable Channel 635 and Frontier Cable Channel 32.
Meetings are streamed on our website at hillsboroughschools.org. Closed captioning is provided on all broadcasts, and past meetings are available in our online archives.
We are interested in what the public has to say. We'll include time for audience comments before we address our business items. Our agenda and any supporting materials can be viewed online in advance. They're posted 7 days before each meeting on our website at hillsboroughschools.org.
Our vision is preparing students for life, and that means all students, every day. Todos los estudiantes, todos los días. Thank you for your interest in education. With your help, we're making decisions that shape our community's future.
The board meeting of July 27th, 2021 is now called to order. And good afternoon. Member Hahn, will you do us the pleasure of leading us in a moment of silence followed by the pledge?
Thank you, Member Gray. Today we ask for a blessing and help as we gather together. We ask for guidance in matters at hand and asked for clear view to show us how to conduct our work with a spirit of joy and enthusiasm. We ask for, we ask for a desire to find ways to excel in our work. And we ask that everybody in tonight's meeting have a voice and feel heard. Thank you. Please stand for the pledge.
Thank you.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you, Member Hahn. We have no withdrawn items today. I need a motion and a second to adopt the agenda. I have a motion by Member Combs and a second by Member Washington. Will there be any discussion? Seeing none, please vote when your lights are on. Dr. Hahn, did yours?
I did? Oh, sorry.
Thank you. It's unanimous. Let the record reflect that all board members are present either in the boardroom or by remote. The minutes. We have two sets of minutes to be approved today. July 13th, 2021 school board meeting and July 20th, 2021 special called board meeting. I need a motion and a second to approve the minutes. I have a motion by Jessica Vaughn and a second by Member Washington. Any discussion? Seeing none, please vote when your lights are on. Okay, it's unanimous. Board members, I'd like to go over the format of today's meeting. For precautionary measures, we are practicing social distancing as much as possible, so we should have asked that guests be in the boardroom keep one chair open between families. Well, there it is. Okay. As a reminder, this is a nonpartisan board, and the board is asked to consider our children's interests and needs first. To pave the way for efficient and effective agenda statements and/or questions, board members will have 3 minutes to speak with 30 seconds for final thoughts. Afterward, the superintendent can respond. If you have further questions, you're asked to get back in the queue or ask the person in charge of that particular agenda item. Member Hahn, will you now read the board guidelines?
Thank you, Member Gray. As we begin this afternoon's meeting, let me quickly review the format of our school board meetings. Please silence all electronic devices. There are speakers in the room behind me that allow board members to hear the meeting upon stepping away from the dais. And this meeting can be viewed with closed captioning on the live webcast, on cable TV, and on a video monitor here in the auditorium. It can also be viewed with closed captioning in the online video archive.
Thank you, Member Hahn. We have 2 items scheduled for time certain. 5:01 p.m. will be the first public hearing on the millage rates and tentative budget for the 2021-2022 fiscal year. At 6 p.m., we have employee input. And at this point in time, we're going to go right to the recognitions. And before we get into the big one, well, actually, I think we have 2 big ones. We have not necessarily small in size, but big in influence for what Nathan Springer stands for. And I would love to have Member Snively present.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just wanted to take a moment to introduce one of our Boy Scouts who's in the room today working on a couple of merit badges, Nathan Springer, if you'll stand up, with Troop 61 out of Valrico. And could you just introduce yourself and tell everybody where you go to school and what you're working on today? Thank you.
I am a student at Bloomingdale High School. I'm here with Troop 61, and I'm working on Communications Merit Badge.
Fantastic. And what do you have to listen to today?
So I have to listen to 2 sides of an argument and hear and pick a side which I prefer. Oh, discussion, sorry. Discussion. And I have to look at both sides and what their pros and cons are, and I also have to pick a side on it.
And then report back to your merit badge counselor on that for your badge. Okay, so this is going to be a really good meeting for you to listen to 2 sides. So thank you for being here. Thank you for coming all the way out from Valrico. Thank you, Dad, Mike Springer, who joins us today as well in support of his son's progress in Boy Scouts. So I hope you enjoy the meeting today. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Member Snively, for that wonderful recognition. We're going to now go into recognizing our Hillsborough Education Foundation, Kim Zhao, and I know that we have I think we have a few guests, but I'd love to have the captain of the ship from the board, Member Hahn, do this presentation.
Well, thank you, Member Gray. Thank you. It's my honor to do this today, not just as a lifelong educator, but as a school board member. And I also have the honor as a school board member to sit on the board of the Hillsborough Education Foundation. Is Kim Zhao here? Where's Kim? Where are you? Stand up. Can you introduce the folks you brought today? Thank you. Thank you for all joining us tonight. Kim, I've worked with you since I've been on the board, and it's really been a pleasure. And as an educator and working at USF and a teacher, I've had many years interacting with HEF in different ways. But as a board member, it's really obviously I work more with HEF, and I've learned a lot more about the work you're doing. And I'm just I feel that this community and this district is incredibly lucky to have you at the helm at HEF, because it is more impactful today than ever before in our district. So I hope y'all will indulge me at home and here in the room while I read this letter, because I could read highlights, but I really want to read it into the record, because it's as much recognizing HEF, but I don't think any of these things would have happened without you as their leader. So it's really a recognition for you. Hillsborough County Public Schools recognizes the significant contributions of the Hillsborough Education Foundation, totaling $6,155,871 in service, programming, supplies, and scholarship provided to the students, families, and teachers. Under your leadership, with backing of the Hillsborough Ed Foundation Board, you implemented the Digital Equity Initiative. Faced with a digital equity divide exasperated by the pandemic, HEF responded to close the gap by providing the tools and resources needed to complete homework and extended learning opportunities beyond the classroom for 1,733 vulnerable students. This home classroom connection provided the essential tools for families to overcome e-learning challenges when faced with digital gaps. The effort of dedicated HEF staff to improve digital literacy among both students and parents through individual coaching resources and ongoing support through the 222 school year continues to be greatly appreciated. The outreach of the Teaching Tools Resource Center was unprecedented this past school year. With pandemic protocols limiting on-site shopping experiences for teachers at the Teaching Tools Resource Center, your staff creatively continued supporting our schools by providing contactless curbside pickup or limited shopping experiences where social distancing could occur following the CDC COVID guidelines. The expansion of the direct ship program reinforced the commitment HEF had to enhance teachers' ability to help students reach their goals. Over $2,870,800 worth of supplies found their way into students' hands to support access to high-quality education. HEF's classroom and school enrichment programs, along with teacher development and recognition, continues to support our strategic priorities and goals. Effective teachers and schools build strong school cultures, which enable students to thrive. Each year, through the Excellence in Education Awards, the district's employees are recognized and celebrated in meaningful ways. The 2021 Masquerade theme was timely, and the online event created a memorable evening recognizing 678 school site nominees, 9 finalists, and 3 winners in the 2021 school year. Our students were awarded over $1 million in scholarships from the foundation. With college and career readiness initiatives to build the next generation of employees and leaders, HEF invests in initiatives that positively influence teaching quality and increase graduation rates, thus strengthening a thriving workforce of tomorrow and the sustainable prosperity of Tampa Bay. Marian Wright Eldman said, "Education is for improving the lives of others and for leaving your community and world better than you found it." The work of Kim Jal and the HEF Foundation significantly improves the lives of students, families, teachers, and schools in our community. So it is with extreme gratitude and appreciation that this board and this superintendent thanks you, Kim, your foundation, your board, for all the work that you've done for our schools and in our community. I know even as a board member with the literacy fairs, you have donated thousands of dollars worth of books to those fairs. So that's, not reflected in this letter, but it's something that you have done, and I greatly appreciate as a board member as well. So please congratulate HEF. And you'll be getting a copy of this letter so you can share it with your board, and there you go. Say it, and it is done. And so thank you again for coming out tonight and all you do. And again, none of that I just talked about would have happened without your leadership. And that's, really something to be proud of. You definitely have left a beautiful legacy in our community. Thank you.
Thank you. And I am so enamored with seeing Royce Reed, I've recognized you. I've seen you in a lot of places. You might not recognize me, but I recognize you. And Board Vice Chair Chris Taylor, Chief Program Officer Anna Coleman, and Chief Advancement Officer Mike McCullen. And board members, I don't know if you would like to share any statements, but we all join in Dr. Member Hahn, Dr. Member Co-Chair Hahn, with the pride and joy of your commitment to their initiatives, and it works the other way. You all made a difference and make a difference to the welfare and well-being of all of our students, and your commitment is just, without a doubt, so appreciated. Superintendent Davis, would you like to add?
Yes, ma'am. And I know that Kim wants to throw her phone every time I call her because it's always about help, money, identifying a gap. But you've been remarkable. Your resilience, your dedication, your commitment to really make an impact for children, for those who especially need it within this community. You and your team, Mr. Reed, and everyone else have been so inclusive in this process. And, you know, while we were really struggling during the pandemic, you stood beside us and you stood with us. And we were able to triage and be able to provide a sense of hope to so many children and families in this community. And Dr. Hahn said it beautifully tonight. All the elements and the projects, the initiatives, and the targets that you helped us hit were because of your generosity and your kindness and your dedication to Hillsborough County. So thank you for being a partner.
Thank you. You may be seated unless we have another comment. Okay. Member Vaughn?
Thank you. I am a newer board member, so I haven't had the opportunity to interface with you as much as my fellow board members, but the few times that I have and the stuff that I've seen you bring forward has just been phenomenal. And then even in my short time, I agree. And I just want to kind of co-sign on to say thank you so much, and I look forward to our partnership, and we really do. Even the new board members appreciate what you do for our district. Thank you.
Thank you, Member Vaughn.
I will just add, I've had the pleasure of volunteering in the Learning Tools store, so it might be nice if all of us sign up for a day to go together and volunteer together in the store for the upcoming school year. So, hopefully we can get some board members out there.
There it is. Thanks, Kim, you're on duty. Thank you, Member Vaughn, for another situation that we're going to find ourselves in, but it's a great thing. No, she's not. All right, we're going to get going here on the public comment. We do have many folks waiting. I'm
sorry. Chair Gray, you might want to also remind people that because we do have a 501 public hearing on the budget that has to happen then, that public comment will be interrupted at that point to go to the public hearing, then you can resume. So you can go through the number of people there. So.
And I have it down here to share. Thank you. The board welcomes comments from citizens and values your input to the board. In order to provide the most comprehensive response to your comments, and our staff, will follow up with you and will keep our board informed about the responses. Our school board respects the public's right to speak to the board, and we appreciate you taking your time to be here. However, it is requested when you address the board, comments are not directed personally against a board member or staff member, but rather directed at the issues. Any behavior intended to interrupt the orderly conduct of this meeting will not be allowed. Our civility policy is in place. We do have a 5:01 p.m. time certain public hearing on millage rates and budget, so we may have to break during public comment for that public hearing. But we will continue to have public comment after the hearing closes. Board members, I'm going to ask you a question for consensus in just a moment. When addressing the board, please state your name and speak clearly into the microphone. As a reminder of our way of work, we have allotted 45 minutes for public comment. Board members, would you allow me to say, give them 60 minutes because we have about 60 speakers? Was that okay? So we will go ahead and have a minute each. I've kind of briefed the speakers outside on the in the lobby, and so I think they're all have a practiced point of view to share. At times like today, when there is an issue of great interest, we could choose to extend that time for an hour. It looks like we just did. This afternoon, each speaker will have 1 minute. When there are 30 seconds left, you will see a yellow light on the lectern. A red light and a chime will indicate when your time is up. And now I will call the first speakers. And be reminded, speakers, you can queue up, and then we'll have you go to the podium. When you're finished, you'll just go through the middle aisle, and you'll go out the east exit, which there'll be, Ms. Cross will be there to help with that exit. I'm going to call out 10 names at a time. Scott Hottenstein, James Castano, Isaac Chang, Brooke Elkins, Emma Clark, Laura Kurtz, Veronica McDonald, Ansley McDonald, Brianna DeMarco. And Scott, come on up.
Good afternoon. I'm Scott Hodenstein. Please read the statement that is being distributed now. Last year, a former student of mine chose to attend school in person rather than online. During the school year, this student was quarantined 6 times due to exposure to COVID-positive students. She could no longer choose to go to school. Now imagine that it's not a high school student from last year, but a 3rd grade struggling reader this year who must be quarantined multiple times. Exactly how will we support and feed that student who must quarantine for 5 or 10 or 15 days? Canvas? Online technology? That won't cut it. If children under 12 years old cannot receive a vaccination, but we want to keep these students in school and out of quarantine while the Delta variant is spreading in children, we need to require masks in elementary and middle schools. Thank you.
James, and then Isaac, then Brooke, Emma, Laura, and we'll keep going.
James Castano, Hillsborough Public School Advocates. Please vote yes to lobbyist registration similar to the BOCC. Vote to terminate the 4 charter schools you correctly characterized as violating federal law on June 15th. Push the state to release the ESSER funds. Let's collaborate to create a community-based model to help underperforming and transitional schools. I take umbrage with an authoritarian, unelected official in Tallahassee crying outrage at the over our elected school officials, calling them lawlessness.
Thank you.
It's lawlessness, stating that the DOE is threatening the 7th largest school district in the nation by threatening receivership over a budgetary matter by withholding billions of dollars over the school board's money regarding that very same vote. Let's collaborate to find a community-based model to fix our struggling schools. Let's create.
Thank you. Thank you. And just as a reminder, speakers, please mention your whole name so we all can hear. Thank you. Isaac Chang.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Isaac Chang. I am a 2019 graduate from Middleton High School and currently attend the University of Central Florida. I've come to speak about how our public schools are not receiving the proper funding that they deserve. Public schools have the extracurriculars and electives that produce students of quality and success. I know students and friends who live all the way in Fishhawk Ranch, Valrico, Land O'Lakes, and Brandon who drive far to attend a public school. The opportunities and classes that public schools offer, such as magnet and IB programs, cannot be given at any charter school. That 1 to 2 hour daily commute does not make the academics in our public schools worthwhile if they are not given the attention and funding that they need. Also keep in mind that public schools and special programs do not cater to the entire population of that school. To fix our underperforming schools, we need a long-term solution using a community-based model. A rigorous program model added to an underperforming school fixes the school grade in the short term, but does not solve the disparity issues for all students in the long run. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Emma Clark. I'm a physician, and I would just like everyone to be aware that the Delta variant is surging in Tampa Bay. I was shocked to see the test positivity of 18% last week Like everyone else, I was looking forward to a return to normalcy. If you recall, we closed schools for 10% last fall. Among those hospitalized, approximately 90% are unvaccinated, but milder cases in vaccinated adults are common. This is happening due to low vaccination rates, which allows the virus to mutate. I hope everyone will make informed decisions based on this data and new CDC guidance from today, which I see Member Vaughn is following. Although pediatric cases tend to be mild, severe illness and pediatric deaths have occurred in the Tampa Bay area. We must remember that the choices we make affect not only ourselves, but vulnerable people such as the immunocompromised. 180 Tampa Bay physicians wrote you last week regarding these issues. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Brooke Elkins, and I am here today to request masking for our K-8 students. We recently have seen the American Academy of Pediatrics make a public statement that regardless of vaccination status, all returning students should be wearing masks. The CDC, which Hillsborough County publicly claims to follow, made a similar statement recommending masks for students who have not fully vaccinated. By listening to both of these professional opinions, this means every child in elementary schools and most middle schoolers would fall into both of these reference categories. We have all heard DeSantis and Corcoran make their statements that masks won't be mandatory. However, we know final say on masking lies with the board, and the governor is overreaching again. It is also worth mentioning that governors in other states have made similar proclamations, but several counties have decided to proceed with a student mask requirement for the safety of their students. Every single one of you were appointed for a job of leading Hillsborough County, ensuring the safety and quality education children deserve. Lately, it seems the power of this board doesn't rest in this room, and if we are just blindly following around DeSantis and Corcoran for everything, what is the need for our school board?
Thank you. Next, Laura Kurtz, followed by Veronica McDonald, followed by Ansley McDonald, then Brianna DeMarco.
Good afternoon. My name is Laura Kurtz. It is time to reinstitute the universal masking in Hillsborough County Public Schools. The emergence of the Delta variant has thrown a wrench in an otherwise successful mitigation plan for COVID-19. The CDC is announcing updated guidelines presently to include masking without regard for vaccination status. You tout Tampa General as your partner. With whom at Tampa General are you speaking, and what are they telling you? Are they prepared to place their name on a decision that defies the CDC and the AAP? Are you? If you're basing your decision-making on advice from Tampa General, then we have the right to know what they said and who said it. I've heard back from more than one of you that you're waiting to see what other counties will do. The Virginia Beach School Board kept masks mandated. New York City, LA, Chicago, they're all requiring masks. And in Atlanta Public Schools, in Clayton and in DeKalb, masks are mandated. Superintendent Davis, we're counting on you to lead, not to follow. We're waiting to see what other districts do.
Thank you. Thanks, Laura. Next, Veronica, then Ansley, and then Brianna.
First, I want to thank Superintendent Davis for dropping the Easter egg at the end of the school board workshop this morning that he'll be keeping masks optional for the next school year. I chose to focus my speech elsewhere. What I do wish, though, is that you would have answered my text earlier in the week when specifically asked about the matter. I would have let you speak to my daughter, who did write her speech on masks, so you could tell her personally instead of the cowardly way that you did this morning. Instead, I'm going to talk about the $25 million computer purchase that's on the agenda. We're in the middle of a budget crisis while collective bargaining for some of our lowest paid workers, bus drivers, cafeteria workers, paraprofessionals, and custodial staff have been denied over and over again because we just don't have the money. Yet here we are looking to approve $25 million for computers. We can't afford a bonus for these employees, many of whom have undertaken hazardous work or have gone above and beyond their duties. This computer purchase may be a great deal, costing less than the current Chromebooks, but it doesn't make it any less responsible given the financial status of our district. We need to wait until money is received from ESSERS, pay for more important things first, and then we can move towards becoming a one-to-one district and increasing our children's screen time on useless programs and assessments. Tech over teachers, am I right? Pay our ESPs what...
Thank you. Ansley, you're next. And followed by Brianna DeMarco. Then we'll go to the next 10. And hello.
Hi, my name is Ainsley McDonald and I'm 11 years old. Masks should be mandatory in elementary and middle school for COVID still hasn't gone away and all kids in elementary and many 6th graders can't get COVID shots. I have a heart defect called TGA. I had open heart surgery at only 10 days old. I'm really cautious about COVID cases increasing in our schools. So you can either make masks mandatory or have everyone social distance. And if there's 24 kids in a class, the lines would have to be 144 feet long. And then there's switching classes, so the hallways have to be 6 feet in width. And there's no school designed like that. So the only option is to make masks mandatory in elementary and middle schools until the vaccine is approved for all children. COVID cases are not declining, so we must take action and do whatever we can to have COVID go away. For the more COVID is around, the more it will mutate, and already there's been an 87% increase in COVID-19 cases in kids under the age of 12, according to Fox News. Please make the right choice and keep our schools safe. Thank you.
Thank you, sweetheart. All right, next we're going to go to the next 10. Brianna DeMarco, Hope Brilhart, Mark Lutho, Lisa Johnson, Naomi Edwards, Allison Fernandez, Jamie Hendricks, Josie Fickey, Deborah Seltzer, Jamie Wynn, and Candace Enriquez. Brianna. Hi.
Good afternoon. I'm Brianna DeMarco. In light of the new CDC guidelines that just came out today, recommending that all people in areas with high transmission resume indoor mask wearing, as well as the recommendations of the American Academy of Pediatrics, I'm asking this board to revisit and change its decision to make face coverings optional for the upcoming school year. We need to focus on all children, not just our own, and make decisions based on science and the health and safety of everyone. Masking is a simple risk mitigation that we can and should use. Social distancing is not an option, nor is a vaccine available for those under the age of 12. I urge you to update your policy on face coverings to reflect the current recommendations based on science and research for the next upcoming school year. Thank you.
Thank you. Hope Brilhart, followed by Mark Lutho, then Lisa Johnson. And good afternoon.
Good afternoon. My name is Hope Brilhart, and I'm a Hillsborough County Public School student. Last Friday, I completed a 5-week dance intensive in which I took classes from 9:30 to 4:30 on weekdays and had 2 or 3 classes on Saturdays. And I must say, they don't call it an intensive for nothing. Dancers took very demanding classes and learned long pieces of choreography. Why is all of this relevant? Because every dancer and faculty member wore a mask. Those who do not want to mandate masks in the fall will say that masks impair learning. But I assure you that if a mask does not affect my ability to take hours of dance, it will not hinder students' ability to learn at a desk. What will prevent learning is students sick with COVID. Masks only work when everyone is wearing them, so making masks optional does nothing but put students in danger. Teacher cuts will have students packed in small rooms. The new Delta variant is 225% more transmissible than regular COVID. The Hillsborough COVID positivity rate is at 18%. Do you remember the last time it was that high? Trick question. It never has been. Requiring masks is the least you can do to keep our community.
Thank you. Thank you. Mark Lutho, Lisa Johnson, and then Naomi Edwards. So, Kevin, can we look at that noise to see if we can't figure it out? Thank you. Okay, go ahead, Mr. Clutho.
Mark Lutho, Florida's #1, and that Delta variant, it'll get you. Yeah, how about that? I can speak with the mask, wearing the mask. Oh, these crybabies, it's so sad. 703, approve the tentative 21-22 facilities 5-year work plan. Oh, what a boondoggle that'll be. Yeah, since I've been coming to the school board with the science of high performance passive solar building, I'd estimate over $5 billion worth of bad buildings have been made. And what's happened? The carbon's been belched into the atmosphere. And look at what's happened. The fires.
Thank you, Mr. Clutho. Ms. Lisa Johnson, Naomi Edwards, Allison Fernandez, followed by Jamie Hendricks. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. I present the board with something different. My name is Lisa Johnson, and I'm a parent of a child in Hillsborough County School. Before I make my petition, I'd like to first take a moment and say thank you to all of the educators and administrators present for your part in preparing our students for life. That being said, I'm here to seek the board's intervention on behalf of my daughter. This academic year, my daughter Naomi Edwards will be a high school senior in the dual enrollment program at Leonard High School. We had hoped her hard work would enable her to enter as an early admission to HCC this year. However, due to a mistake in class scheduling made by the school's guidance counselor, we're being told she's ineligible. The recourse is being to add additional coursework at the high school level she does not need. It's unacceptable that she should gamble with her GPA and scholarship potential because of a mistake the guidance counselor made. While representatives at Leonard have been apologetic, HCC remains unyielding. We're here to ask the board to intervene and prevent derailing Naomi's final year and robbing her of the academic opportunity that she's worked so hard for. We're not asking to overturn the cosmos. We only need a signature.
Thank you, Ms. Edwards. Naomi Edwards, in fact, I think we probably, Superintendent Davis, let's go ahead and address that.
Yes, Mayor, the Chair. I have Chief of Schools, Ms. Burkett, that will make this connection as well, and Mr. Brady, or to have this conversation and figure out what we can do to help you, okay? You're welcome, ma'am.
Superintendent Davis. Next will be Naomi Edwards, Allison Fernandez. I believe, Allison, you're next. Sorry. Go ahead, followed by Jamie Hendricks, and then Josie Fickey.
Good afternoon, Allison Fernandez. I would like to ask you all to follow the science when you're looking at mask mandates and understand that there's a whole child involved. People who want children to be masked during the school year are looking at one factor. Notice that the Delta variant, as well as the original variant, children have an extremely high rate of recovery. Meanwhile, we have seen skyrocketing obesity rates, stress levels, drug usage, and many other very bad results from isolating students, mask wearing, the bacteria in the mask. So if we're really doing this to protect students, why aren't we protecting the whole student and not just one factor? Thank you.
Thank you. Next, Jamie Hendricks, Josie Fickey, Deborah Selsa, Jamie Wynn, and then Candace Enricos.
Good evening. My name's Jamie Hendricks. I'm a math tutor here in the Tampa Bay area. One of the sources of, I'm sorry, started in the wrong spot. I'm here to ask you tonight to keep pressure on Tallahassee for Cochran's office to actually do their job and secure and distribute the remaining ESSER funding money. He's already missed the June 7th deadline, as I'm sure that you're aware. Let's keep the pressure on him, both from you, from the school board, and also from us, the general public. We'll help you to keep pushing him to get this money distributed to the schools. It is not just your job, it is also our job as the general public to have your back. We cannot allow the continued privatization of our public school system. Cochran is on record at Hillsdale College saying he wants 50% of the public schools to be privatized. By withholding the funding through the ESSER funding, by withholding that, he is continually hurting our public school system. We cannot allow this to continue. Again, we have your back, and we really appreciate what you can do to help us get this money distributed to the school systems. Thank you.
Thank you. Josie Fickey, Deborah Selsa, Jamie Wynn, and then Candace Enricos, and then we'll call up the next 10. Good evening. Hi.
Good evening. My name's Josie Fickey. I reside in District 6. Schools, teachers, and our own local media are fear-mongering the people so they can silence the next generation. This has nothing to do with protection of the children or adults. Forcing masks and vaccines is unjustified, tyrannical, and unconstitutional. Masks should remain optional. Thomas Jefferson said, if we let the people if we let the government decide which foods they eat and medicines they take, their bodies will soon be in as a sorry state as those souls who live under tyranny. Remember the Nuremberg trials in 1945 when Hermann Göring was asked, how did you get the German people to accept all of this? Göring simply replied, it was easy and had nothing to do with Nazism. The only thing the government needed to do to turn people into slaves was use fear. If you can find something to scare them, you can make them do anything you want. These are scare tactics used to enforce on people in third world countries and countries under authoritarian rule. We all know Hillsborough County Schools is one of the worst districts in the state, ranking in at 43% below average according to greatschools.org.
Thank you. Next, Deborah Selsa, Jamie Wynn, and Candace Enriquez. Go ahead. Good evening.
Hi there, I'm Deborah Setzer. I'm asking you to require masks. Please follow the updated CDC guidance. This is especially important now that Hillsborough County has 18% positivity. The Delta variant is approximately twice as transmissible as the original, so we must now do more, not less, to keep our kids and our staff safe. According to the CDC, Georgia schools who required masks had approximately 37% less infections. This board and Superintendent Davis have the legal authority to require masks and the obligation to keep our kids safe. Thousands of worried parents need Superintendent Davis and the board to be responsible and do everything in your power to keep our children safe. The governor and the legislator have done nothing that make it impossible to require masks in schools, and they may never do so based on the updated CDC guidance. Respected local and national doctors all want you to require masks.
Thank you. Next, we'll have Jamie Wynn, and followed by Candace Enriquez, and we're going to go ahead and have Edelyn Verona, Richard Warner, Jennifer Burton, Damaris Bridges, Pat Hall, Ronnie Simas, Jennifer Bentley, and then Sarah Locklear. And good evening.
My name is Dr. Jamie Wynn, and I'm a licensed clinical psychologist and mother of 2 school children in this county. Blessedly, the infection survival of COVID in children is 99.998%. More good news is found in a November 2020 study in Nature, one of the top scientific journals in the world, which had 10 million participants and found 0 cases of so-called asymptomatic transmission. In any case, children are not to be used as shields against this virus or anything else. It is our job to protect them from harm and not the other way around. Moreover, the best available evidence shows that masks don't even work to prevent viral spread. Beyond that, long-term mask wearing has serious drawbacks and make it harder for young children to learn language. There is also evidence of adverse effects to their mental and medical health. There can be no justification for exposing children to harm when there is no benefit of doing so. In my field, black and white thinking is known as a cognitive distortion. Please commit to critical thinking as you examine the evidence for yourselves.
Thank you. Audience, if you'll calm yourselves down, we got to keep civility. You sound, well, you're like a cheerleader, I understand, but we have to make sure that we're keeping our civility in order as best we can. Good evening, Candace.
Good evening. Like most things in life, this issue with children and mask wearing is not black and white. We need to have healthy debate and dialogue about this topic. After all, we are all here because we want what is best for our kids. A group of parents in Gainesville, Florida, sent 6 face masks to a lab at the University of Florida, requesting an analysis of contaminants found on the mask after they had been worn all day at school for 6 hours. The resulting report found that 5 masks were contaminated with bacteria, parasites, fungi, including 3 dangerous pathogenic pneumonia-causing bacteria. They were tuberculosis, pneumonia, meningitis, E. coli, Lyme disease, diphtheria, staphylococcus. This is a problem. We can't just pretend like this doesn't happen. Masks get dirty at school. A teacher has a difficult time making sure 20 kids plus are wearing their mask properly on the entire 6 hours. They get dropped on the floor, they get stepped on, they get chewed on, they get sweaty, they get lost. This is bound to happen. They are kids. The CDC does not specialize in child development. TGH does not specialize in child development. As parents, we would hope that the school board does specialize in child development.
Thank you. Next, Edelyn Verona, Richard Warner, and then Jennifer Burton. And good evening.
Hi. I'd like to ask, can the board not allow people to do all this clapping? Isn't that inappropriate? Anyway, I was going to talk about other things, but you know, I know all of you are professionals, and as much as there's a lot of misinformation coming from people in the audience, I know you all read the literature and actually know the research, and And you should know that there's some of the evidence being put forth against masks makes absolutely no sense, and there is no reputable sources involved. We need masks in schools because my elementary school child cannot get vaccinated, and I care about all the children, not only my own. And we have already had an experiment which showed that using masks was successful. I went to that school every day, and all the kids were wearing masks, coming in and going out. So saying that all the masks fall on the floor and it doesn't make sense because we've already seen it.
Thank you. Next will be Richard Warner, followed by Jennifer Burton, then Damaris Bridges. And good evening.
Rick Warner, good evening, board members, Superintendent Davis. I'm going to speak on millage today, so I'm going to only say that all the voters in the room need to keep their eyes on their representative and their senator and see whether they support removing the inequity in capital improvement funding, which Hillsborough suffers more from than any other district in the state.
Thank you, Mr. Warner. Excuse me. Jennifer Burton, Damaris Bridges, then Pat Hall.
Hello, everybody. My understanding is that today we will be hearing rationale for a mask optional policy for the upcoming school year. This decision is in direct conflict with the Center for Disease Control and the American Academy of Pediatrics. The complete disregard for health and science and these respected organizations is disappointing and immoral. How could this school district operate in defiance of simple common sense safety precautions? We have a partnership with Tampa General and USF to help guide us with these important decisions. Who from these organizations recommends mask optional in opposition to experts at the CDC and the American Academy of Pediatrics? Surely this wasn't the same experts that said it was unsafe to open last year, when the number of cases in the community spread was lower than what it is today. This decision is politically motivated and puts our families, our community at risk. Please adopt masks.
Thank you. Next, Damaris Bridges, Pat Hall, and then Ronnie Seamus.
First, we know masks work. We learned that last year. I can tell you straight from my school that when kids went out partying after school and they didn't wear a mask, 600 of them were quarantined. Is that what we want moving forward this year? Is that how we set our kids up for success? In addition, over the last few weeks, we've talked about how charter schools are traditional public schools. If that's the case, how come we have charter schools in our district mandating masks for this coming year? How is that allowed? Now, why can't we do it for all of us? Also, I want to talk about the computer expense. Our money should be going to teachers and not tech. Teachers change students' lives, tech does not. Yes, I would love to have 1-to-1 ratio, but we do not have the funds, so we have to be extra cautious when we are doing this. If we don't have teachers in the classroom, the tech doesn't matter. Also, I really, really want to encourage you to look at the community-based model for our schools that are struggling. Time after time again, we hear how parents don't feel welcome in those schools. Thank you.
Thank you, Damaris. Next, Pat Hall, and then Ronnie Seamus, followed by Jennifer Bentley, followed by Sarah Locklear.
A few brief facts about IDEA, Texas-based charter network. Tom Torkelson and his staff misappropriated $900,000, and we're opening an IDEA school for Oak Park and Robles Elementary. That's a problem. Academica, opening Matter Academy, is under federal investigation for conflict of interest between it and the Matter Schools Foundation. It manages. The allegations go back to facility leases, while the CEO, Fernando Zulueta, was chair of the Matter Governing Board. In addition, the audit questioned the transfer of funds from Matter Schools to the Matter Foundation. Representative Eric Friesen, Zulueta's brother-in-law, was arrested for failure to file tax returns for the 8 years he was a legislator, and his conflict with his employer, Civica.
Thank you, Ms. Hall. Next, we'll hear from Ronnie Seamus, then Jennifer Bentley, then Sarah Locklear, and then Mariah Johnson.
Okay. My name's Ronnie Simus. I'm in the healthcare field. My father was a vice president of one of the largest mask manufacturers in the world. Let me read a study from Stanford that came out this year. According to current knowledge, the SARS-CoV-2 has a diameter of 60 nanometers to 100 nanometers, while medical and non-medical mask thread diameter ranges from 50 micrometers to 440 micrometers. That is 1,000 times larger than the virus. It is like a mosquito going through a chain link fence. You can line those chain link fence up next to each other. It's still going to get through. What we're doing is psychological and borderline physical child abuse by mandating this. I've participated in it myself. I won't do it anymore. We're prepared to homeschool. Many people are as well. You can't mandate the masks. They don't work.
Thank you. Next, Jennifer Bentley, Sarah Locklear, and Mariah Johnson, followed by Samantha Bonanno.
Hello, my name is Jennifer Bentley. I'm a mother of 3 and a grandmother of 6 children, all of whom have been through the Hillsborough County School District. I've lived in the county for 29 years. I come before you today as a concerned grandmother and a citizen of this county. It has come to my attention that there is ongoing discussion around mask mandates for the 21-22 school year. I'm here to express my strong viewpoint that masks should be optional for children. Earlier this summer, Superintendent Davis made a statement regarding mask optionality for next school year. I appreciate his leadership and I fully support his stance regarding mask optionality and parental choice. The community and teachers also support mask optionality as evidenced by the survey that was taken in May 2021, where over 50% of parents and teachers supported mask optionality. I believe the board should also support this decision, not only because this is what the community demands, but also because medical decisions, including medical masking, should be the decision of the parent or guardian in conjunction with their doctors and should not be the decision of any government body. We do not vote you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Next, Mariah Johnson, is that correct? Good evening. And then Samantha Bonanno, and then I'll call the next 10. Okie doke.
Hello, my name is Mariah Johnson. I am a parent here to articulate my opinion on where our choices as parents begin and end with Hillsborough County Schools. Should you decide to remove my choice and make masks mandatory this year, I will remove my children. I did it last year and I'll do it again. However, if I am forced to make that choice, my family will never be returning to the public school system. We made the choice to return to public schools once it was decided that masks would be made optional back in May, and it's beyond frustrating that 2 weeks before school begins, we're having to have this discussion. I am not the only parent that will do this. This is a very large community of families that also have alternate plans. As per our original survey, it is safe to assume that the vast majority of parents are in favor of keeping students without masks, and sadly it seems clear that the loudest voices so far happen to be a very small minority that are calling for very vast restrictions. If you are unsure of what the majority of families want, please send out another survey. If parents are concerned, they also have a choice to choose other schooling options for their children, such as virtual or online learning, or put their children in the mask if they should choose. If parents trust that masks work,
Thank you. Samantha Bonanno, Pearson Doby, Matthew Belcher, Yvonne Tron, Jason Kimball, followed by Lillian Pride, Sarah Pope, Betsy Grizzard, Sissy Elizabeth, and then Ebba Lucia. And good evening.
Hello. Hello, school board members. My name is Samantha Bonanno, and I'm a mother of 4 children. Today I want to share with you my support of Superintendent Davis's decision to keep masks optional for the 2021-22 school year. I strongly believe that parents know what is best for their children. I do not believe that any governing body has the right to make medical decisions for children. Superintendent Davis's stance puts the decision around medical masking in the hands of parents, as is appropriate and best for children, and I want to thank him for his leadership. Furthermore, I want to bring to your attention HB 241, the Parental Bill of Rights, which became effective July 1st, 2021. The Parental Bill of Rights explicitly lists out the rights that parents have with respect to raising their children under the Florida statutes. Section 6 of HB 241, specifically subsection E, states that parents have the right to make healthcare decisions for their minor child without obstruction from any government entity. Accordingly, since masks are a medical device, any mask mandate would be in violation of these statutes. Thus, it seems that if Hillsborough County School Board seeks to not follow the
Thank you. Thank you. Next, we'll have Matthew Belcher, followed by Yvonne Tron. Jason Kimball will be after Yvonne, or it's Evan, no doubt. And good evening.
Good evening. My name is Matthew Belcher. The primary concern here should be the budget. Significant shortfalls have been reiterated month after month, and we have watched this board work through the issue. I commend Superintendent Davis for his continued focus on this issue. A lack of focus on basic education is very concerning and should be prioritized. Regarding the letter from medical professionals, masks should remain optional. It's our choice. Of 180 doctors, how many are virologists? I do not seek medical decisions for my children from dermatologists, let alone well-intentioned school boards. The Delta variant has yet to approach an eighth of the death rate from last winter, regardless of the transmission rate. Beware of deceptive reporting and political motives. To reiterate the budget point, successful leaders make do with what they are dealt. Please focus on improving the district with the funds we have. Any additional funds should be treated as a windfall. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, Evan Tran, followed by Jason Kimball. And we are going to probably stop there because we will have a public hearing. So, good evening. Hi.
My name is Evan Tran. My husband is a frontline worker. He is a surgeon that has operated on COVID patients throughout this entire pandemic. I had a one-day-old baby when lockdown happened and 2 toddlers at home, so we began virtual learning. We followed all CDC guidelines. We stayed isolated and we masked our kids. We waited for science and data. Today, there is zero science to show that masking our children stops the spread of COVID. Masks only work in sterile medical environments used by professionals using medical-grade PPE. The medical establishment and government and CDC mismanaged and botched this every step of the way. It's time for parents to decide. All dissenting medical voices are being silenced and discredited. People are now afraid to speak out. Medical professionals are, and I know this for a fact. At this point, data shows that the greatest danger to our kids is their mental health and developmental health that mask policies only exacerbate. COVID is not going anywhere. We have to learn to live with this. We have to teach our kids to live with it.
Thank you. Thank you. And we'll finish with these speakers that are standing, and then we'll go to the public hearing. And good evening. And I met you outside, right?
Yes. Good evening, members of the board. Want to start by urging everyone to adhere to a scientific standard. Of the public comments we've heard a few references to studies. None of those references came from people that are advocating for mandatory masks. We heard from Dr. Clark, Dr. Emma Westerman Clark, who's the first name on the letter that the board and the superintendent received. So this letter that was written to the board was done so in a very unprofessional way, and I believe a very unethical way. The doctors did not disclose their affiliations. I haven't had a chance to fully investigate, but from what I've seen, it looks like these names were mined from a few different hospital systems with a few random doctors thrown in here and there. And I've actually contacted a few of them. They don't want to acknowledge that they signed the form. They don't want anything to do with this letter right here. And some of the extreme things that it says is low vaccination rates have allowed new variants to evolve. Totally false. No references. Totally false. And also that mask proved to be effective last year.
Thank you. Next, Lillian Pride, Sarah Pope, and then Betsy Grizzard. And Lillian, you're next. And good evening.
Good evening. I wanted to talk about the relative benefits of wearing the mask versus not wearing the mask for children. One of the things that I believe is a piece of misinformation is that the masks are costless and wearing them provides a benefit. And at the beginning of COVID, when people made these mandates in the first place, all of the studies actually said that it was inconclusive what the result of wearing the masks would be. And so those recommendations were not based on data, they were based on insufficient data. That's what all the data said if you actually do a literature review. So, but when people do wear the masks, they have all of those troubling pathogens that actually do congregate on the masks that were mentioned before. I believe that was a study actually done in Gainesville by scientists in Gainesville at the University of Florida, meningitis, pneumonia, those sorts of things. And those are real pathogens that really affect the kids versus
Oh, yeah. Oh, thank you. Thank you. And next, we will have Betsy Grizzard and Sissy Elizabeth. Oh, am I correct?
Yes.
Okay.
Sarah Pope.
Oh, Sarah. I'm
Hi
so
there.
sorry. Good evening.
Sarah Pope. Hi. I'm a parent of a child in the Hillsborough County Public School System, and I just wanted to thank the board for their wisdom in rescinding the mask mandate in May. Thank you very much. We cheered in our house. We were so excited when we heard the news. My daughter came home from school almost every single day last year with a splitting headache. And about a month into this school year, she said, "Mom, why every day at school around 10:30, 11 o'clock do I get nauseated? And I just feel sick to my stomach. I have such a hard time taking tests. I have a hard time listening. I have a hard time learning." And then she would come home with a headache. That was obviously, to me, oxygen deprivation. Any child that gets a little bit nervous before a test is breathing more quickly, needs more oxygen. It affects their standardized testing. And I have to tell you, there's so many children that if the mask mandate is reinstituted, will be devastated.
Oh, thank you. Thank you. Next, we'll have Betsy Grizzard, Sissy Elizabeth, Ebba Lucia, and then Kelly Allison, and then we'll have to pause, and good evening.
Here to ask that you stick with your decision to make masks optional for Hillsborough County students. At this point, we can't possibly know the impact of prolonged mask use in kids, especially these younger ones who are still very much learning how to communicate. They're still developing emotionally and socially, not to mention the mental health impact. Please leave it up to the parents to make these decisions for their own children. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Next. And
First of all, thank you for allowing us
Say
to
your
present
full
our
name.
thoughts. Oh, CC Carling.
Okay, thank you.
First of all, thank you for allowing us to present our thoughts and ideas. Mask wearing should be our choice, meaning my choice and my parents' choice. My mom graduated from Harvard, and my dad is a surgeon with a PhD and MD. So they are more than qualified to know what's best for me. And parents should be able to make this choice for their children because they know their children best. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, Ebba Lucia, and then Kelly Allison, and then we'll go into our time certain. And good evening.
Hi, my name is Ebba, and I'll be going into 8th grade this year at Coleman Middle School. I have a 5-year-old brother going into kindergarten this year. He'll be learning how to read, write, and learn basic math facts. But how is he supposed to learn those kinds of things if he can't understand what his teachers are saying? That's sabotage for our future generation. A whole class year set back because of a virus that the naked human eye can't even see. I'm 13 years old. It takes a lot of courage for me to be up here. I think that shows just how important giving us a choice is to our community. We're not asking you to ban masks. We're asking you to give us a choice because that's our right and our freedom. Thank you for hearing my point of view, and I hope you'll take into consideration some of the things I've said.
I am. Oh, thank you, Ebba. Thank you. Yeah, I am. Okay. Kelly Allison, and good evening. And we're going to we had a missing speaker, but that person's here now. Pearson Doby will be next. And good evening.
Hi, I'm Kelly Carling. I'm the mother of these 4 children, and I just want to thank you for taking the time to listen to all of us, my kids, to speak. And it's my observation that kids don't use masks properly, and it may be in fact harming them. I brought along my son's used mask.
Okay.
And yeah, they fidget with them, they touch them, they take them off, they drop them, they step on them. kids don't blow their noses, so it pools in them. I mean, these moms know, they're right. The masks are filthy. Okay, and I've got 4 kids. My hands are full. I'm doing the best I can. I came here to speak. My kid's tired. He's fallen asleep on me. We're having a nap on Mom. My husband is a surgeon. I don't need the school board to parent for me. I'm.
Thank you. And Kelly Allison? Kelly, are you? Oh, that was you. I'm so sorry. We have 2 more people standing. Come on up, and I believe, well, I thought it was Pearson Doby, but let's go ahead. Oh, well, there it is. Okay. Good evening.
Good evening. Thank you for the time. I just wanted to briefly, there were a couple of board members last time who, at the prior board meeting, were trying to figure out why the state and Commissioner Cochran responded to the chair the way that they did. If you go back and look, there's a slightly wicked history that Hillsborough County has with low-performing schools. So if you go back and you look at the January 2017 State of the Board of Education meeting, you'll kind of see why they responded the way that they did. And going forward, I thank you for the changes that you all are making, and I just ask that you continue to embrace those changes. And while you're embracing those, please make sure that you understand the depth and the magnitude of your decisions as it relates to the children in Hillsborough County. And that is why Commissioner Cochran was somewhat incensed in his response to us, because it's been chronic and it's been a long time. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, we're going to have the speakers a little bit on hold, not for long. We have a public hearing, and this is the first public hearing on the millage rates and tentative budget for the 2021-2022 fiscal year. Superintendent Davis, will you go ahead and begin?
Yes, ma'am. Thank you. School board members, we present to you in the community the 2021-2022 millage rates and proposed tentative budget. Oh, no, she can go to Ms. Johnson. Also known as the first public hearing for the millage rates along with the budget. This budget includes all governmental funds and other funds for the school district along with the proposed tax rates. Mrs. Gray, please adjourn the regular school board meeting and open the public hearing for the tentative millage rates along with the budget.
I adjourn the school board meeting. We will close the regular school board meeting and open the public hearing for the millage rates and tentative budget for the fiscal year 2021-2022. Ms. Roe Johnson, Chief Financial Officer, will present. Mrs. Johnson, good evening.
Good evening, board members, administration, superintendent, and the public. I will be doing a brief presentation of the first public hearing before we go to the recommendation and actually adopt the millage rate and a tentative budget for fiscal year 21-22.
Ms. Johnson, let me just address that. And speakers in the audience, we are not going to have to wait long. This is a time certain agenda item. And as soon as we finish, which should be in about, I'd say 15 minutes or so, we'll resume our public comments. Please be patient. Thank you. All right. Ms. Johnson, please continue.
Next slide.
I'll go out.
So the Truth in Millage Law was enacted in 1980, which requires are detailed in the Florida statute under Section 200. The statute requires the school district to advertise the proposed millage rates and budget annually. The required local effort is 3.6010. The discretionary millage is 0.7480. The capital outlay is 1.50. Florida law requires school board to adopt a balanced budget each fiscal year of all the funds. It also specified to define the process and the timetable of this adoption. It requires the board to have 2 public hearings and also to inform the public about the what determines their property tax values and provide public input in the process. One of the things I want to highlight, the Florida Department of Education set the millage rates local school board must levy in order to participate in the Florida Education Financial Program. The millage rates have been changed based on the second calculation. And here's the timeline of our millage adoption. We already did the tentative budget July the 13th. We certified the local effort rate on July the 19th. July the 21st, we advertised the adopted tentative budget in the millage rates. July the 27th is our present. We're here at the first public hearing of these millage rates and adopted budget. And by July the 30th, we supposed to propose the millage rate final hearing date. And September the 9th, the final hearing will be at 5:01. And September the 10th, the adopted budget will be submitted to the Florida Department of Education. The proposed millage rate is required. The state required local effort is 3.6010. Discretionary operation is the 0.7480. Supplement is 0, giving us a subtotal of 4.349 millage. The debt service is 0. Our discretionary capital outlay is 1.5, giving us a total millage to levy of 5.849. I know this is hard to see, but at the top, when we presented this before for the adoption of our tentative budget, the millage rate was, at that time, the local effort was 3.694. It's currently been decreased to 3.6010. This impact on the overall general fund, it impacted the local. Our local went up by 18.6 million. And I'm just going to go over the general fund because we got several funds, and I know everyone is anxious to move forward. We have a total total revenue sources of our general fund of $1.9 billion. A total operating, we have a fund balance of $160 million, and we know, as I stated before, we're still in operation deficit because our ending fund balance is going to end up being $91 million based on adoption of this tentative budget, giving us a total appropriation of $1.9 billion. Special revenue, which is our food service department, is total budget of $365.4 million. The debt service is $194.5 million. Capital outlay is $602.9 million. Internal service is $209.6 million, giving us a total all budget of $3,352,305,717.75. How are your taxes commuted? We did an assessed value of $200,000 for a homeowner. You got a exempt. Every homeowner is get a exempt of $25,000 flat fee. Subtract that from the 200, giving us $175,000. Divide that by 1,000, give you 175 times the millage rate of 5.8490, the total millage rate, giving a property tax remitted to the district over a year of $1,023. So the average family that has a homestead around $200,000 have to pay tax values a year of $1,023.58, which is a total average of $2.80 a day. Our recommendations to the board today is to adopt the proposed individual millage rates as follows. State required local effort 3.6010, discretionary operating of 0.7480, local capital outlay of 1.50, debt service 0, total millage rate of 5.8490. Our recommendation number 2 is to adopt the tentative budget of $3,352,305,717.75. Third recommendation, approve the resolution adopting the tentative millage rates and tentative budget. Our fourth recommendation is the board authorize staff to perform all the tasks necessary to ensure compliance with the truth in millage requirement of Chapter 200 Florida statutes. So, my first recommendation to the chair of the board, it is recommended the board adopt the tentative state required local effort millage rate of 3.6010 mills. Also recommended the board adopt the discretionary operation millage rate of 0.7480. It's recommended that the board adopt the local capital improvement millage rate of 1.5 mil. It is recommended the board adopt the debt service millage of 0 mills.
Okay, Board, we have to get back to work here on the making a motion in a second. Let's back up. Ms. Johnson, would you mind, we have to separately vote on each section. If you wouldn't mind, would you restate the first?
The first section is going to be the adoption of all these mills. So my recommendation to the board, adopt a tentative state, require local effort millage rate of 3.6010 mil. Also, the direct discretionary operation millage rate of 0.7480 mils. And also adopt a local capital improvement millage of 1.50 mil. And also adopt a debt service millage rate of 0.
Okay, board members, thank you, Ms. Johnson. I need a motion and a second to adopt the fiscal year 2021 to 2021 tentative millage rates as presented. I have a motion by Board Member Vaughan and a second by Member Washington. Will there be any discussion? Public comment also at this time. Will there be any public comment? Okay, come forward.
Mark Clutho.
Mr. Clutho?
What are you doing talking about the budget here? This is supposed to be the hearing on the millage. There's supposed to be 2 separate hearings. Well, what was the mention of the budget?
The motion on the floor is about the millage. If you wish to speak to that, that's what you should speak to now.
Well, why am I hearing something about the budget? That isn't supposed to be the topic of discussion at this time.
The motion on the floor is about the millage. That's what you're here to talk about.
Yes, that's what I'm here to talk about, but I'm hearing the budget.
Mr. Clutho,
We went through this before.
well, let me just restate what we're going over, if that may help you. If you'll just bear with me. We asked for a motion and a second to adopt just this 2021, 2022.
Stop this clock.
2021 tentative millage rates. And those rates were enumerated by Ms. Johnson.
Well, you get this all wrong every time. You couldn't even get started at the right time.
Thank you, Mr. Clutho.
I mean,
Like any final comments?
I have time here. Don't interrupt me. And what you do here is waste, waste, waste. The taxpayers are screwed. Really doesn't matter what the millage rate is. And it's backwards. Millage should come after the budget. But if it wasn't for me, you'd be trying to do the millage and the budget together, which is in violation of the law. If you remember correctly. Of course, how much else do you get wrong here? But every taxpayer should be outraged. The money that you're taking, the millage rate, is a travesty. But the details will come with the budget hearing.
Thank you, Mr. Clutho. At this time, do we have any other public comment on the millage?
Veronica McDonald. I did some research on 6 homes in Hillsborough County ranging in price and value. These homes were purchased as early as 1999. I was trying to get the longest amount of ownership with a single owner. And they had been owned by the same owner of them through today. What I see from 2007, which is as far back as I could look on the tax collector and properties tax collector's website until 2011, was millage was increasing at a steady pace, from 4.784 in 2007 to 5.665 in 2011. This translated to an increase in school taxes so long as the property value was also increasing alongside. What happened in 2012 was the start of a decline in millage, from 5.629 in 2012 to 3.719 in 2020. This translates to a loss of school tax dollars even when property values were still increasing. More families moving into the Hillsborough area should have meant more tax dollars to service those students appropriately in schools. But instead, because of the rollback rate, these tax dollars are declining. The rollback rate essentially puts a price ceiling on the dollars that can be collected. So when families move into our county, the millage will decrease to keep the total tax at a stable number. It directly contradicts the fact that it takes more dollars to service more students. We heard earlier during the school board workshop that due to population growth in our county and where it is located, we're looking at either redistricting our schools and also building new schools. Both of these actions take money in order to provide an adequate education and supports to students. I support the board to not use the rollback rate today, keep the millage the same, and collect more tax dollars to service our lowest performing schools, and also provide pay increases for our educational support personnel, such as custodial staff, cafeteria staff, bus drivers, and paraprofessionals.
Thank you. Next speaker. Good evening.
Good evening. I'm still Scott Hodenstein. In 2012, the combined public education millage in Hillsborough County, state and local, was 7.877 mils. So I paid $484 in property taxes for public education. It was a bargain to educate my two boys. 8 years later, in 2020, the combined public education millage in Hillsborough County was 5.967. I paid $408, which is $76 less than 8 years ago, even though my home's value increased 15%, student enrollment in Hillsborough increased by 12.5%, and costs due to inflation increased 13%. As points of comparison, in 2020, Miami-Dade County paid 7.129 mils, Orange County paid 6.857 mils, and Broward County paid 6.505 mils. We have a funding problem with public schools in Florida, and the board should be screaming bloody murder about this. I know that your legislative priorities include raising capital improvement mills from 1.5 to 2.0, but there is no corresponding legislative priority to raise the discretionary operating millage above 0.748. You must be more vocal in advocating for increased education funding. I know that the Florida Education Finance Program is complex. I know that the Florida legislature ties your hands when it comes to setting appropriate millage rates that would fully fund public education. But you need to do a better job at explaining to the citizens of Hillsborough County exactly why our schools are so underfunded so that the citizens can fix the problem at the ballot box. The solution is to bring a referendum for additional millage to address operating expenses. While you may be told that there is no public appetite for additional millage, every education funding referendum that has been brought to the ballot in Florida over recent cycles has been approved. We, the people, know that education is a public good that must be fully funded. Please lay the groundwork now for this referendum. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Huttenstein. Ms. Damaris Allen?
Sort of Damaris Allen, but I really
Damaris Bridges.
It's okay. I do it all the time too. So I want to pick up where Scott left off, right? Our funding is abysmal. It's atrocious. And that should be, we should be speaking about that every single chance we get. This morning you referenced Maryland. I was actually there 2 days ago. You know, they spend over twice as much as we do on public schools? Over twice. So back to the millage. We need to constantly bring it forward that we are not getting adequate funding. And I 100% agree with Scott. We need to bring forward a referendum. And just like I stood with you to help you bring forward the tax referendum and to increase the impact fees, I will help you with this, and I will gather people to do it because we have to. Our kids deserve better. We cannot deal with the failing schools, with the kids, the things that are struggling. If we do not have funds, we cannot do it on a shoestring. It costs money to educate kids, and we need to invest in them instead of just hoping that we can make it happen on pennies. Thanks.
Thank you. Mr. Castano?
Good evening, James Castano, Hillsborough Public School Advocates. We need to fully fund our public schools by increasing our millage through a referendum. The school funding definitely needs to be fixed. The DOE made it clear that the district's budget is not in compliance. The solution is to bring our FP to today's dollars by increasing the millage through a referendum. You cannot run today's military, business, or even a lemonade stand based on 2007 funding levels. Florida is the third largest state in the union, and yet we're 44th in school funding. The Hillsborough County millage is one of the lowest in Florida compared to other districts in comparisons in size, comparable size. Our superintendent and staff pay were increased commensurate with a district in similar size, while our student spending remained flat. I grew up in District 5. I've served in the military and the FBI for 31 years of government service. I continue to support and defend the Constitution of the United States, and this is part of it. So stay the course, keep fighting big government overreach, and support and fund our public schools fully. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Warner?
Good evening again, board members, Superintendent Davis. Those of you in front of me already know the facts that this group of people has presented here. It's the voters that don't know the facts. I congratulate the district for the first time in their history making two very specific requests for increased funding as part of their legislative platform. I'm going to talk about one of those, and that is the capital improvement funding, that 1.5 mills number that you see up on the screen a little while ago. Capital improvement funding from that standard 1.5 mills has been and continues to be both the most inadequate and inequitable part of school district funding. The millage rate, as Ms. McDonald said, was reduced from 2 mills in 2007 to 1.5 because of the recession, which has ended a long time ago, but that millage rate has not been restored to 2 mills. When you convert the millage rate to a per pupil funding number, which is the number that really matters, Hillsborough's $188 million of 1.5 mills is $852 per pupil. The state average is over $1,200 per pupil, a difference of almost $400. We've been suffering from that from the very beginning. The legislature has a similar inequity, or had a similar inequity in the FEFP funding for the .748 that you also saw on your screen. They fixed most of that back in 2006. If they had fixed the capital improvement funding with a similar formula, we would have gotten over $1 billion since 2006 to equalize capital improvement for a district that is property poor and student rich. Addressing that inequity should be one of the top priorities in the legislative platform, and it's on of the school district, the PTA, and the League of Women Voters have all addressed that in their platforms. And I'll stop there. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Warner. Next speaker, and please identify your name, and I apologize for not having everyone's name in a list. Thank you.
My name is Jamie Hendricks. I'm a math tutor here in the area. So I want to start out by saying I don't have children. So that means I don't really have a dog in this fight as far as whether or not my tax dollars are increased to fund the schools. But I'm still willing to pay more in taxes to fund these schools. I'm tired of seeing my students struggle. So like I said, I'm a math tutor. So when I looked at the data, I decided, well, let's crunch some numbers. So at the start of the 2007-2008 school year, Florida provided $7,306 per student on average through the Florida Education Finance Program formula, the FEFP. 14 years later, funding per student reached $7,795. So we went from $7,306 to $7,795. That's just a 6.69% increase over 14 years, or just under half of 1% average increase per year. That's atrocious. Now, when I started looking at why, it seemed to all fall back on property taxes. So let's talk millage. We've had a boom of growth in the Tampa Bay area, and that's led to an increase in new homes. Now again, I said my job's a math tutor. My job is to take really complicated math concepts and try to make them simple. I'm not going to claim to be a millage expert. You've had many more people speak in front of me who are far more knowledgeable about millage than I am. But what I can do is try to take a complicated concept and make it a little easier to understand. An increase in the number of new homes and the increase in the number of people buying homes should correspond to an increase in property tax revenue and an increase in school funding. That's the way it should work. However, it does not appear to have worked that way. While I understand advanced calculus, I find it difficult to comprehend why the increase in property tax revenue does not directly correspond to an increase in school funding. And like I said, the explanation to that query seems to revolve somewhere around the problem of millage. Although more families are moving to the area, which means increased costs to serve them appropriately in the public school system, the local school board millage has steadily declined. Doesn't really make sense. So now we're talking about using a rollback rate, which again is something I can't quite seem to wrap my head around. Why would we be doing that when we have more families to serve? I was happy not to hear those words in tonight's presentation, so I'm hoping that did not actually come through. If it did, then I'm going to ask you to please vote no against the rollback rate. So I'm asking you to vote no against the rollback rate. Please let us continue to fully fund our public schools. And again, we'll back you on that decision. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Pat Hall, and followed by Allison Fernandez.
Hi. I'm asking you to vote for the maximum amount possible of millage under the law, given the statutory authority you have. Let's advocate to resolve the inequity in capital improvement funding as stated in your legislative platform. I hope we can consider a property tax referendum to pay teachers and other needs like now happens in Pinellas County. Thank you.
Thank you, Pat Hall. Next, Allison Fernandez.
Hi, Allison Fernandez. I have a couple questions for you. One is, I really don't understand how you can set the millage without having a very good working budget, because without the budget analysis, you really don't know what you need to change or where funds need to be allocated to know what you should set your millage at. Secondly, who in this district could perform the analysis to actually create a very good dollar cost of what it costs to educate a student at the elementary level, at the middle level, and at the high school level. And you can add multipliers for struggling schools at each level, but that would give the community and the taxpayer a good idea of what it actually costs to educate a student, not what we're paying them divided over the number of students, but build the cost from the bottom. Then that comparison against what the state is actually funding gives the community a leg to stand on when they go to their legislature and say, we are being underfunded. Here's how I can prove it to you. Because just saying that Florida funds students at a certain percentage as compared to the rest of the nation is not a comparison. Again, my analysis, if every state in this nation funded students at $1 million per student, and Florida funded them at $999,000 per student, Florida would be last in the nation. But we know that that's an excessive amount per student funding, which should be more than adequate. So I'm asking you to direct staff and help provide them the resources to be able to do this, to really build the true cost of a student. Then you know what you need to charge for millage. Establish the millage. You all come to us and tell the community we're short on funds. We don't have enough funding. We don't have enough funding. You're a body that can actually set your tax rate. So please do the analysis so that you can set your tax rate at a way that will provide the funding that the district needs and give the community the details the community needs in order to speak intelligently on the funding issue. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Fernandez. And Superintendent Davis and/or Ms. Rowe Johnson, there have been a lot of comments tossed around and vocabulary words. Operational deficit, we understand what millage rates are, but do we really? Would you like to just briefly remark on some of the comments made, just for clarification?
Well, the board is required by law under Florida Statute 200 to levy based on participating in the Florida Educational Program. The board has no right to levy other what is appropriated in front of them, or they cannot get state appropriation funding from the state.
Thank you, Ms. Johnson. Anything else? Any other clarifications at this time? Okay, right now we're in a position to accept board comments. Would there be any board discussion on this particular this adoption? This is the tentative millage rates. Member Vaughn?
Thank you. To follow up to kind of what you just said, Ms. Johnson, are we able to, do we have the authority to decide the millage percentage of the taxes that we levy?
No.
Who sets that?
Florida Department of Education.
Okay. And so we could not, they come to us with a rate. From the way that it was explained to me, essentially the tax collector sends all of the information to the state. The state says across the state, this is how much money we're anticipating taking in from property taxes. Then they compare it with the cap that they've set and say, okay, we're bringing in $40 million. You can only bring in $20 million. So what we're going to do to make sure you don't oversee that cap as a state is go back and tell you the millage that you can collect, which is a percentage of the tax. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And so if we've gone over that cap as a state, meaning Miami-Dade, Orange County, whatever, their taxes, their home appraisal taxes influence that. That means that they can go back and lower our millage rate based on the other county's property taxes. Is that correct?
Well, the state has a funding formula based on our FTE. Is when our local effort is increased, we get more local revenue. They decrease our state allocation based on the amount of local revenue we receive.
So just to kind of simplify, they are decreasing the percentage of the taxes that we can take, correct? Okay, so we're not raising taxes, even though there's a hearing to say that we're raising taxes. In truth, we are taking less of a percentage of taxes and getting less income from the percentage.
Correct. Your millage rates are going, the taxable values are increasing, our rates went down. So we are raising taxes based on the whole harmless rate, because the whole harmless rate is lower. If we go down to the whole harmless rate, then the state will be collecting the same amount of revenue of last year. But the taxable values go up on your property, the rates went down a little bit, but we're still receiving more revenue based on the differentiation of the decline and the increase in the value of the properties.
So really, this is just a formality to say that we're adopting this and levying it so we can actually get the money, correct?
Yes, and you're required by law.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, board members, we're going to vote when our lights are on. Again, this is for the tentative millage rates only, and then we'll go to the next opportunity to vote. Please vote when your lights are on. And it's unanimous. The next discussion from the public, possibly, and the board. Okay, go. You may read that.
It's recommended that the board adopt a tentative budget of $3,352,305,717.75.
Okay, the public has a. Okay, well, first we need a motion, and I have a motion by member Combs and a second by member Washington. Is there anyone present that would like to make a remark on this particular opportunity? Mr. Clutho, and then Ms. Fernandez, is that correct? Okay, Mr. Clutho.
Mark Clutho, this is truly terrible here. You know, you're in the job of educating, but look at these figures. Curriculum development, $45 million. Instructional staff training services, $34 million. Board, $3,300,000. Is that enough money for you? Then we have general administration, $11 million. That really goes to the education, right? Then school administration, $112 million? School administration? And then facilities acquisition and construction, $260,847,000. More bad, stupid buildings. Central services, $227 million. Operation of plant, $137,737,000. Maintenance of plant, $27 million. Debt service, $83,992,000. Oh, that's getting those kiddies educated. And then over here for the capital outlay, maintenance, renovation, and repair, we have the HVAC improvements. But see, you still have those stupid buildings belching the carbon. You know, and we had people speaking about, oh yeah, we need that millage increased. No, what you need is you need the money spent wisely. As I said earlier, since I've been coming here for approximately 3 decades, bringing the science of high performance, passive solar building, you have spent on the order of $5 billion on stupid, dumb buildings that are killing the planet. That means it's money not going to education. When will you get it right?
Thank you, Mr. Clutho, followed by Ms. Fernandez.
Allison Fernandez. So my question for you is, when during this budget process do we have the analysis and the questioning as to where we really need to put the funds for the best use? Example, we took aides out of kindergarten and first grade classrooms because it was too expensive. We needed to cut people. I'm going back years now. However, who has done the analysis to show that we did in fact come out with a better outcome and a more cost-effective teaching method? Are we looking at how much we're spending in mitigation and additional services for students in order to read by third grade? And would it actually have been more cost-effective and a better outcome if we just kept the aides in the classroom and allowed kindergarten and first grade teachers more time to differentiate education? So who in this process looks at each budget area and each school needs and really builds what they need? And here's another example. Greco, 2008 to 2019 tenure, has a 1.5 GPA. Two of the elementary schools that feed them, Robles and Temple Terrace Elementary, same time period, 1.33 GPA, 2.08 GPA. We might need to look at doing something different with our instruction in these chronically underperforming schools. Without looking at the school needs as a whole and not doing this assessment, we're just doing the same thing year after year. I mean, Robles Elementary has been a D school for the past 6 years. And if we're not spending the money where it needs to go, we're not instructing our students, we're not looking at what really works in the classroom and what works at a different classroom. Valrico Elementary probably needs a different structure than Robles Elementary. And maybe it costs more at Robles Elementary, but maybe we get better results. When we have a school like Sulphur Springs Elementary that's now a K-8, we came in with all kinds of resources, and then that school was very successful, and then the next year we took all the resources away, and now it's not successful anymore. So when do we do this analysis as part of the budget process?
Thank you. Board members, any discussion? Member Vaughn?
Thank you. I just wanted to kind of follow up with Mrs. Fernandez. Superintendent Davis, she's asking who's in charge of that, who comes up with this budget, who figures out the allocation, how do we decide? Is that an operational decision? Are you the one who makes that decision? Help educate Mrs. Fernandez, please.
Yes, ma'am. We'll make some time to meet with Ms. Fernandez to answer all of your questions. So we'll make sure that Dr. Kemp will get your information, and we'll schedule that time together.
Okay, thank you, Member Vaughn. Board members, seeing no further discussion, let's vote when your lights are on. Did you have a comment? Okay. Member Hahn? Okay. All right, all board members are accounted for. It's unanimous. And we'll go on to the next one.
Before I go to the next resolution, I just want to make a correction. It says the final public hearing will be on Thursday, not Tuesday. Thursday, September the 9th. That's the next scheduled, but the first scheduled board meeting in September at 5:01 p.m. Should be Thursday, September the 9th. I just wanted to make that correction. The next recommendation is the board approve the resolution adopting the tentative millage rates and a tentative budget.
Yeah, we need a motion and a second to adopt this millage, and we have a motion by Member Vaughn, second by Member Perez. Are there any public speakers? Seeing none, board discussion? Board members? All right, seeing no discussion, please vote when your lights are on. And it is unanimous. Thank you. Ms. Johnson, continue.
Okay, it is recommended that the board authorize the staff to perform all tasks necessary to ensure compliance with the truth and millage requirements of Chapter 200 Florida statutes.
Okay, I need a motion and a second. I have a motion by Member Combs, a second by Member Washington. Any public discussion? Seeing none, any board discussion? Seeing none, please vote when your lights are on. Thank you, board. And, whoops, hold on. Member Snively? Thank you. It is unanimous. And at this time, we're going to conclude. Is there anyone present who wishes to address the board concerning the authorization or of staff to perform all tasks necessary to ensure compliance with the truth and millage trim requirements of Chapter 200 Florida statutes? Seeing none. Board members, any discussion? Okay, we're going to go ahead and adjourn. Well, please vote when your lights are on. Yeah, there. Yeah. We had a motion.
Can you please read back the motion, or who made the motion?
I don't have it written here.
I do not have anyone that.
Okay, I need a motion and a second. There has been a motion.
Okay, then we need a motion and a second.
Okay, I need a motion. I have a motion by Member Washington and a second by Member Perez. And we'll go right back to any questions, board discussion. Seeing none, please vote when your lights are on. Okay, it's unanimous. I will now adjourn the first public hearing on the budget and reconvene the regular school board member meeting. At this time, we have about 9 minutes to continue public comment. Then we have a 6 o'clock time certain employee comment. So let's go ahead and we'll see if we can get the remaining folks that are here. Megan Collins, Kimberly Davis, Christy Hurd, Laura Coulter, and Ariel Reefman. And please state your name. And good evening.
Good afternoon. My name is Megan Collins, and I have a child who will be attending a public Hillsborough County elementary school this year. First off, I'd like to start by thanking Mr. Davis for making masks optional for the upcoming school year. I'm not going to quote science because, let's be honest, there's so many different variations and opinions circling about science these days. I'm here to remind you about the Parental Rights Bill, HB 241, that Governor DeSantis signed into law and went into effect on July 1st of this year. Thanks to this, the parents of Florida now have the power to direct the upbringing, education, healthcare, and mental health of their children. With all due respect, I do not parent with you, the school board. Therefore, I do not wish for my child to wear masks to school. Then my child should not have to. Why do I not want my child to wear a mask to school, you may be asking? Because children's mental health is just as important as physical health. Mental health is often overlooked in children. This is concerning when mental health is just as important as physical health. I urge you to continue to keep masks optional for the upcoming school year. I'd also like to remind each and every one of you that you are all elected positions.
Thank you, Ms. Collins. Welcome, Ms. Davis.
Good afternoon. Am I on?
You should be, yes.
Okay. Good. Can you hear me now?
Yes.
All right. Good afternoon, board members and Superintendent Davis. So here we are, deja vu, all over again. August of 2020, I stood at this lectern to plead for parental choice in offering brick and mortar learning. This past May, I stood here to plead for parental choice on masks being a parent option. And here we are again. Only this time, I'm not pleading. I'm here to remind you that we now have the Parental Bill of Rights, which states that parents have the right to make healthcare decisions for their minor child. Me, not you. To be clear, I am not anti-mask. I am pro-choice for every parent in this district, including the ones I may disagree with. Board members, aren't you guys tired of all of this? Tired of the letters from the DOE? Tired of relying on supposition and being wrong? tired of wasting time and taxpayer resources. God knows I am, and other parents are too. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Davis. Christy Heald, welcome.
Good afternoon. My name is Christy Heald, and I have a daughter entering first grade in Hillsborough County. I also have a 10-month-old that I carried and delivered during COVID. I lost 3 babies before this one, and I was truly terrified during this pregnancy, even without worrying about a global pandemic. My 6-year-old and only child at the time didn't play with a single friend for months. We followed the proper precautions as they were laid out at the time. Now we know so much more about this virus and thankfully know that in 99.97% of cases it spares our children, but what they haven't been spared of is the unintended consequences of the measures taken to protect them. Pediatric anxiety and suicides are at an all-time high. If we wanted to eliminate all risk, we wouldn't send our kids to school at all. We wouldn't put them in a car, let them ride a bike, climb a tree, or swim in a pool. I try to limit risk exposure every day, but I also recognize that living a full life means we must live it. I want my daughters to see facial expressions, to learn the nonverbal cues that are so critical to human communication, to know when to laugh and sense when.
Thank you, Ms. Coulter. We appreciate your voice today. Thank you. Ariel Reifman. Oh. Who's next? Laura Coulter. My apologies. Laura Coulter. Ariel Reifman, David Reifman, and Pat Metcalf. If you could line up and come to the podium. Welcome.
Good evening. My name is Pat Metcalf, and my experience includes ICU, CCU nursing, 23 years with Big Pharma, and I'm a nursing educator at one of the local universities. I'm also a mother. I'm not anti-mask when used in appropriate situations. I'm not anti-vaccine. I am against the experimental uses of masks on our children. I am against experimental vaccines being used on healthy children. I would ask you, would you choose to drive a car that has experimental brakes? You're perfect. I have a packet here for all of you, and that includes a list of abstracts, references, and an evidence-based scientific analysis concluding that masks are ineffective, unnecessary, and harmful. I ask you to not vote for a mask mandate in our schools based on this evidence. Yes. Let's not focus on masks. Let's focus on our efforts in educating our community about the good news about new evidence-based treatments to prevent.
Thank you. Thank you for your time today. We appreciate you being here.
Okay, we're just going to back up just a tad. Laura Coulter, Ariel Reifman. Do I see? No? Okay. David Reifman, Pat Metcalf, Thomas Teresiano, Stephanie Debinski. So, are we? A family. That's the best idea. Bring them all up. And I believe I met you today.
Yes.
So thank you for being here.
Thank you. I'm a little nervous, but I wanted to say stuff, so I'm here. All right. My name is Thomas Rocco Terciano, and I think that we should not. Well, I think masks. We should wear. We should not wear masks at school. I am a huge visual learner, and I hate not seeing the expressions of my teachers. And it's really hard because when I'm not seeing their expressions, I don't know what they're thinking. And when I don't know what they're thinking, then I don't know what to do. Sorry. All right, so I am... All right. So one of the problems with masks, I think, is communication. And the problem with communication is that when the masks are blocking the voices of the teachers, so it's hard for us to hear the teachers' voices. And no one wants to hear someone yell all day. And that's the problem with masks, because they block the voices and the teachers end up yelling.
And we need to hear your voice, and I'm glad. Did you finish what you wanted to say? Okay, well, you spoke very well, and we all appreciate it. Did your brother want to say? Okay. All right. Well, you two, we're very proud of you. And that was, you're welcome. All righty. Bye-bye. So let's, I would gather we have some more. Hi, Mom. You want to go ahead and introduce? I know one of your daughters not going to speak, right? Because we talked about that.
I just want to say thank you for my little outburst out there. But I want to start with the group of parents who sent their kids masks, which were warm for 5.7 hours on average, along with clean masks to a lab. The results were shocking. 83% were contaminated, 96 unique strains, 21 being pathogenic, which are disease-causing. 33% of those were antibiotic-resistant organisms. Children are generally healthy, and getting a virus is usually not a big deal for them. In fact, arguably, even a good thing because it makes their immune systems healthier, stronger, more robust. I'm tired of my children coming home looking tired, sick, having headaches and sore throats. It's not normal. Why does it matter if they are wearing them or not? It would be us, the parents or caregivers, taking the risk for our children not wearing a mask, not the teachers, not you guys. Overall, this boils down to freedom. The freedom to choose how to protect and raise our children. My body, my voice, my freedom, my choice.
One of them. Oh, thank you. Right. Thank you. And did any of your children want to speak? Oh, well, we're very proud of you. I know it takes a lot of courage. Did you want, we're going to read from a script? Oh, well, come right up. Come right up. But now get close to that microphone so we can hear you. It's okay. We're
Not from here.
just watch out for this one.
You want me to read it for you? Yeah. All right. I don't know if I can read your handwriting. Okay. I don't like masks because it hurts my head, and every time I go home, I feel sick and I can't breathe. Thank you. Please, no mask.
Oh, well, we're very, very proud. Well written. Okay. So, Mom, you did a great job. Thank you. And, we have you wanted to say something? I'm so sorry. Go ahead. Is that Andrew? Andrew, go ahead.
I hate masks because every single day when I go home, I always feel drowsy and like I just want to go to sleep and feel sick.
Thank you, sweetheart. Okay. All right. All right. We're going to hear, if they are still here, Mark Zajac, Matthew Russell, Stephanie Mahifka, Keith Harris, Carmen Edmonds, and Kimberly Hall. And let's see if any of them are still present. If so, let's begin by speaking. And employee comment will be after public comment. And is this Mark?
How y'all doing?
Good evening.
Good evening. My name is Mark Zajac. I'm a parent of 2 kids who attend the incredible Coleman Middle School in South Tampa. Go Cobras. So up until April, you would have never seen me at a school board meeting, ever. But then the district announced these cuts of about 1,000 positions with the likelihood of many more cuts in the future. I'd always taken the position that taken it for granted that my kids would enjoy this excellent public school education. But in April, I realized I could no longer take that for granted and that their education was at risk. And that's why I'm here advocating on their behalf, as well as the 86% of the students in the system who attend the traditional public school in the district. My message to you is simple. You as a board were elected with a mandate to prioritize our neighborhood public schools. Taken together in your last races, and I did the math, you cumulatively received nearly 823,000 votes.
Oh, thank you. Thank you, Mark. And we'll go to Matthew Russell, then Stephanie Mahifka. And good evening.
Good evening. I'm your neighbor, Matthew Russell from Riverview. My godson is Ethan, age 4, that just came from Costa Rica after a 2-year struggle of immigration, which is a big topic today. Excited to go to school in America, meet new friends, only to find that he might have to wear a mask on his face. His first day of the bus for pictures, his first day in the classroom, his first day seeing his teacher or not seeing. Because a few activists claim that masks will protect him and others from COVID. This came as some surprise, as he's never heard of such a thing in his country, or for what matter, he doesn't get it. But I know. Its devastating effects on child and the family, and the pandemic taught us this. Article after article, study after study, specifically psychological effects on children. I urge you, please. I have a niece going to 3rd grade next year, too, and she wears the mask like a crutch now. It's terrible.
Thank you for your thoughts. Thank you. Stephanie, and then Keith Harris, Carmen Edmonds, and then Kimberly Hall. And good evening.
Hello. I'm Dr. Stephanie Marhefka, a behavioral scientist, infectious disease researcher, and mother. As we are learning about the Delta variant, younger, unvaccinated people are dying. Infections in children are rising. In England, a recent study showed increasing outbreaks of COVID in school children after they removed the mask mandate. The worst were in ages 7 to 11. Masks offer protection, and our children won't die from them. My kids do and will wear masks, but masks are shown to be most effective when the person who has COVID wears a mask and the person who doesn't have COVID also wears a mask. So if only one person is wearing a mask, we're not getting maximal effectiveness. We need universal mask use in schools. Please protect our children, and please protect our community.
Thank you. Next, we'll hear from Keith Harris, Carmen Edmonds, and then Kimberly Hall. And good evening, Mr. Harris.
Good evening, Madam Chair and members of the board. I'm actually here to share a quick thought in support of the renaming of Sly Middle School to the Thaddeus Bullard Leadership Academy at Sly Middle. I stand before you as a lifelong resident of this community and a son of a retired Hillsborough County school principal, a graduate of King High School, a parent of a school-aged child that is currently in the Hillsborough County school system. And I'm also a member of the senior team of the local Boys and Girls Clubs organization, and we are fortunate to have a relationship with the school district to help close the learning gap and even augment some of what our public schools are doing to address learning loss with our out-of-school programming on some of our school sites, including the club at Sly Middle. And that's where I had an opportunity to see Thaddeus the man and not, Titus the entertainer doing what I think this vote is really all about. And the kids there actually know him. And I actually had an opportunity to meet him several years before he was a big star. And I've seen his sincerity, his passion, and his vision. So I ask you to consider it.
Thank you so much. We appreciate what you said, by the way. Carmen Edmonds and Kimberly Hall. And good evening.
On my Facebook feed today, the story of the doctor who invented lobotomies popped up. He was considered the expert in the field, so people took his medical procedure as the way to treat mental disorders. They called it science, even though it was harming and killing his patients. This is exactly what we're doing now with our children. Tell me once when the mask experts were right. The CDC, Dr. Fauci. Is it 1 mask, 2 masks, or no masks? Because they recommended all 3. That's not science, that's junk science. So please, keep masks optional. Just like lobotomies, there is absolutely no scientific evidence that masks work. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, Kimberly Hall. Good evening, Kimberly.
Hello, good evening. I'm a little tall, I apologize.
This is my first time speaking, although I am a lifelong Florida resident and I attended Hillsborough County Schools growing up all my life. Although this year, my daughter, she is 5, she would be starting kindergarten, but I decided to hold back this year because I wasn't sure and I wanted to play it safe based on how these masks were going to play out this year. And even with the decision back in May, I was still nervous what was going to end up happening. I didn't really trust that everything was going to be mask optional. Although I do 100% stand behind Addison Davis's decision to respect the parents and respect us to make decisions for our specific kids and how each one of them handle it differently. I consider it my job, my duty, and my life's work to raise and teach, love, and protect my child, and I do not plan on co-parenting with anyone. And for me, my child doesn't need constant virtue signaling that they are walking 24/7 supposed disease carriers. I took time away from my already very busy over-life schedule to make sure that all of you understand that I'm a parent that will always voice and speak up for my kids' fundamental right to
Thank you. And board members, we're going to go ahead and before we get into the employee comments, I need a motion and a second to approve the consent agenda. And I have a motion by Member Perez, a second by Member Combs. And please vote when the lights are on. Thank you, Board. It's unanimous. And at this time, we will have the employee comments. We have two folks, and I have to go ahead and read the little bit about the employee comments. So just bear with me, Mr. Creed and Ms. Glick. We will now take employee input. Even though we hear public comment at the beginning of the meeting, it is sometimes difficult for employees of our district to attend the meetings at 4 p.m. There are many ways for employees to make their voices heard, including through union representatives, emails, phone calls, one-on-one conversations, and public comment at the beginning of the meeting. The board does want to hear from you. With this section of our agenda, we are creating another avenue for employees to speak to the board. We are setting aside 30 minutes for employees of the district to speak to the board about any issues that are on your mind. This is not intended to be a discussion about specific agenda items on tonight's agenda, but rather an opportunity for you to speak to the board about any issues related to your job or the district. Each speaker will have 3 minutes. I will now call the first 3 speakers. And actually, there's 2 speakers, Rob Crete and Heidi Glick. And good evening, Mr. Crete.
Thank you, Madam Chair and the board. Good evening, everyone. Hey, thank you again for employee comment. This time is very important for our employees to have an opportunity to speak to the board about issues, kind of what you spoke to. And it was great hearing from so many students tonight. It takes courage and activism to get up here regardless of whatever side of the argument you're on. So I applaud all of the students that were here tonight, so thank you. We also like to thank the board for scheduling bargaining for our employees next week. We hope to settle our education support professionals and find a way to recognize all of our public education first responders here in Hillsborough, not just those designated by the governor. Throughout Florida, public school employees heeded the call and they returned to their schools to meet the diverse needs of the students. Here in Hillsborough, I hope that we can recognize all of these diligent employees. Additionally, we need to be smart and diligent as a public school community to demand that the ESSER $3 be released in our state, as other states are readily spending them on their schools right now. Regarding these federal dollars, the categorized funds for technology should be used towards meeting the needs of our employees that are meeting the needs of our students. Our ESPs, our teachers, our nurses, they all need new computers. One specific and historic need for our employees are workable computers here in Hillsborough. So if we are required to use dollars for technology, let's make sure that we give our employees the tools that they need to best help our kids. We are all looking forward to a productive and impactful school year, and I thank all of you. Have a good night.
Thank you, Mr. Crete. Ms. Glick? And it's always a pleasure to see you. And I hope that we didn't make you wait too long. And thank you for your patience. How's that?
Okay. Good evening, everybody. Apologize for my outfit. I was actually volunteering at Hillsborough Education Foundation all morning, and it was amazing, which is why I wore my your argument is invalid shirt, which I guess you guys should have been wearing tonight anyway. So, sorry. I don't want to beat you up. I do also want to thank you for the time for allowing employees to speak. I know it's not often more than just Rob and I, but we are speaking for other people. We do represent a lot of the other people that are here. And I do want to say that I work at Alonzo High School, and I will continue to be working at the best school in the county, thanks to some incredible decisions you guys have been making lately. I'm very proud of you. I was a little upset I didn't get any phone calls about where I was 2 weeks ago, but I'm okay, thank you anyway. It's all good. But I did want to just say thank you again for meeting and for bargaining and for everything that you do for us, and I do wish you all the best of luck. I will be wearing my mask. My daughter has a master's in public health, and I will be listening to the CDC and to her. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Galick. And we appreciate those employee comments. They're so important, and encourage other employees to make that commitment to come and share those thoughts and issues with the board members. Right now, we're going to go ahead into agenda item 705. And this is to approve the naming of the 200 building at Sly Middle Magnet School to Thaddeus M. Bullard Academy at Sly Middle Magnet School. And before we get to our superintendent's comments, there is an agenda item, and we did move this up because we wanted to recognize a great contributor to our schools. And Thaddeus Bullard is here, I believe. But Superintendent Davis, would you do us the honors?
Yes, ma'am. 705 is approved the naming of 200 building of Sly Magnet School for Bullard Academy at Sly Middle Magnet School. This is an opportunity for us to recognize an individual that continues to give back to this community. I've been here 16 months, and I continuously say that I've never met a more incredible person than Titus O'Neill, Thaddeus Bullard, whatever you want to call him. To me, I call him a community hero. He continues to go over and beyond to be able to help children, to be able to address significant gaps within our communities. And he just doesn't stop at Sly. It has grown legs throughout a number of feeder middle schools within our transformational network. But for his willingness, his tenacity to give, he's given over $2.5 to $3 million to this school to be able to transform the experience for children. But it goes deeper and beyond to be able to see what he does not only inside of our classrooms, but outside of our classrooms as well. What he does for not only to develop the whole child, but to develop the whole family. He is so remarkable. But I would tell you, when that phone call, when he calls you and you answer that phone, that means work's going to happen. And he has my speed. It means right now. But I will always take this phone call because I genuinely understand it's for the heart of this community. It's for the heart for children. And I'm so proud to call him a friend. I'm so proud to know him as an advocate. And without a doubt, I'm so proud that we have to bring this to the board to be able to stand it up and to recognize his hard work in this community and for our children, definitely at Sly Magnet Middle School.
Thank you, Superintendent Davis. I need a motion and a second to approve this item. And I have a motion by Member Washington, a second by Member Snively, and I believe we have some discussion. Member Member Perez, would you go ahead and initiate?
So I am so excited about this. Thaddeus, I'm just honored to have this legacy, with your name on it at Sly, but not just at Sly. You have touched this community beyond. I helped, when I first became board member, I helped deliver some meals during the summer for our teachers with Thaddeus out in the community. And he's very punctual. You got to be there on time, pick up those meals. I felt like I was on the incredible race, yeah. And then, it was all of us waiting for the meal, put it in the car. He just does some incredible stuff. It's just not our students, like the superintendent said. He just embraces the whole community. And when I stood on that stage with you the first time over at the stadium, when you were giving out the backpacks and the stuff for our kids, it's just, I was in awe. And since then, you have not ceased to amaze me. So it is my honor also to support this naming in honor of you and what you've done for this community.
I have a feeling you want to say something at this point in time, or you want to hear all the wonderful things we want to say to you.
I'm gonna let y'all go.
Listen, he usually tells us what to do.
Okay.
You gotta wait.
All right.
I'll finish.
Hey, y'all say,
We're going to say,
something out of the way, and I might.
we're getting used to it. All right. Member Combs and then Member Vaughn.
20 years ago, I actually was a teacher at Sly Magnet, and I have seen that school be so vulnerable in the last couple of decades. And the thing that I think is most important is the Leadership Academy is that I think people don't realize that you're taking the most vulnerable students, and that's what we're focusing on. So we're not just focusing on the entire school. I think it's really important that you're taking children that maybe would not be lifted and bringing them to know that they have those leadership skills. And it's really investing in our community and investing in our future. And I see you for what you do, not only just going out there and working with the community, but really I can see the joy that you experience when you work with our children. You can see that you can impact the children. So I am just very, very honored to be a member at this time and be able to support this. And I want to thank you for what you do. And I hope that more people will take that time and invest in our future, because you know that you're making a difference and you're going to continue making a difference. Thank you.
Thank you, Member Combs. Member Vaughn?
Thank you. So, again, newer to the board, but in preparing for this, I had quite a rundown of all that you've done and how you contributed to SLY. But also that what I've been told is this is kind of a test school, and that we want to replicate this in other schools and not just to SLY. And to Member Combs' point, that's fantastic that we're looking at ways when we talk about our most vulnerable schools, our 39 failing schools, that you're looking at, let's do a test model here, let's try this academy, and then let's see if we can bring it to other schools. So it's not even, from what I understand, just one school that we're talking about, having these types of academies. So I think that's fantastic as well. I follow all my fellow board members and their comments, and I just want to say thank you, and we really appreciate this, and I'm glad that we can, give you this honor.
Thank you, Member Vaughn. Member Snively?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Obviously, I'm going to echo the sentiments of my fellow board members when I tell you how appreciative we are of everything that you've done, not just for SLY, but for our entire Tampa Bay community. And we know that you've received several accolades for all of the efforts that you've made and all of the impact that you've had on many, many, many families and many children. And I've just been honored to know you and work with you over the last several years as a board member and see everything that you've contributed. Not just money, your heart is in this community, and that's what comes first, and it shows, and that's why so many people are so grateful and want to recognize your accomplishments. And by the way, board, if you haven't had a chance to read his book, There's No Such Thing as a Bad Kid, please pick up a copy. He'll probably sign it for you if you ask him nicely.
After they read it.
After they buy it and read it.
There's a
right?
quiz.
Right, there's a quiz.
Deal.
It's a quiz. But it highlights the struggles that you had growing up in South Florida and how you ended up on top of it because one special person told you that you could do it, right? And I'm also honored to be an alumni with you of the University of Florida. I have to always put that in too, because I'm very proud to call you a Gator. The Gator Nation is alive and strong, and thank you for giving back to your community. We appreciate it. Go Gators.
Go Snively. Go. All right, Member Hahn and then Member Washington.
Thank you, Member Gray. Welcome. I'm so proud that you're here tonight and that we're recognizing you. You've been a great inspiration to me as a board member, and you're a great inspiration to many other people in our community, other community leaders. They look to you, see what you're doing, how you're doing it, and every conversation I have with you, you're always talking about putting other people first. And you're proud. You're proud of your friends. You lift them up. I see that. You're proud of your children who are here tonight. And
you've done great things for Sly, no doubt. And you've transformed a school, but you've really transformed a community. And that takes a big personal commitment. You're breaking the cycle of poverty for many. You're providing mentorship that will help lift their spirits and give them the incentive to move forward. And that's a beautiful legacy, not to just leave this community, but to leave for your children as well. And I'm sure they'll follow in your footsteps. So I am so happy that we're going to be approving this agenda item tonight to rename the school. I look forward to working with you on your efforts in the future, and I thank you for always supporting me in my efforts as a school board member. It means a lot to me. And of course, go Gators. So congratulations, and well deserved, Thaddeus.
Thank you, Member Hahn. Member Washington?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I become touched sometimes because you exemplifies what a person should do in society. You have come back and given back to your community. Very few people have done what you have done in Tampa, in Hillsborough County. And you know, I've always admired you. Remember you were at Chamberlain, I was a principal at Chamberlain, not as a student, he was coming there to work. And you've always had that ability to deal with people in a positive way, to do things for people. You know, you're a blessing to people. You know, every now and then an angel will come around, and I think you might be that angel that help people out. I cannot express my feelings towards you as a person, because you know we talk about it all the time, how we love to give back to the community. And you have done a great job. And I support you 100%. And I want to tell you, if we could ever clone you, we need to clone you with some other people, so they could come back and be a great inspiration to the community and your kids and the things that you have done in society. It's unbelievable, man. You know, especially being a minority myself, growing up, coming through the ranks like you have, and you having all those hard times. But that made you be a great person in society. So you got my support 100%, and I truly, truly thank you for all you have done for Hillsborough County. Not only the schools, but the community. So you got my support 100%.
Well, thank you, Member Washington, and I know that was very heartfelt. And Thaddeus, you know, people, they do talk the talk, but many don't walk the walk, and that's physiologically, but also the real thing. And you do. You've given to the community, which is so powerful, but you've given us board members, you know, a role model figure that we will hopefully see more of in the future. But you are our number one person in our hearts and in the children's hearts, in every one of those families. I am looking at the list, and Anthony has prepared me a list of things that you've actually done for the school, and it's just so in a few pages. So I just want to go down a few things. I'm a little bit pragmatic. So you have the track, and you know I've used the track a few times already. It's turf, and it's beautiful. And the lab, the student spaces, the gaming, the virtual reality, all of that is so student-centered. And given the fact that you are so student-centered, you made the school friendly towards all the kids. And it was, you know, it's very inviting. You also expect the employees to be fit, so you made a faculty fitness center. Now, we can only hope that that happens at Roszak. But at any rate, you pay attention to those. I mean, everyone in your family you're committed to, and then you established a great working relationship with kids, helping kids, mentoring, and you know how powerful that is. And when kids serve other kids and help the community raise in status, then that's the biggest lesson of all, is giving back. And again, that you exemplify that. I know that you also give character awards, incentives, because you care about character. You are a wonderful person, and you have people that want what you have, but yet you have to teach them the steps to really get there, and that is called character. It's not easy. And you grew up with tremendous poverty, as Snively said, and overcame that. Academics, we know academically that when you have built up this school, the FSA scores, total points, rose up 90% since 2019. What does that mean? That means that the kids feel good about going to school, they feel good about learning, and they want to please you. They want to please you, and so do the parents, and so do, obviously us. So all this is to say there's much more on this list. We thank you wholeheartedly, and I know that it's time for you to say a few things, so I think I'll give you that space. Thank you.
First off, this is a tremendous honor. Being a young man, I was told he'll be dead or in jail by the time he was 16, and believing it. Growing up in extreme poverty to a single mother with 4 kids. Being able to stand before you and the world and share my story. My time ain't up. And share my story, regardless of where I go. Like, Tampa is home for me. There's no secret how much I love this city, love this area, but most importantly, how much I love the ability to bring people together to help families and people in need. And those people in need are not always financially disadvantaged. Sometimes it comes from, an unfortunate situation that can happen to anybody, whether it be a kid, they being diagnosed with cancer, or a mother of a family being diagnosed with breast cancer, an elderly woman having to take custody of her grandkids because of other issues. I mean, the list goes on and on. But although I do love everything that I've been able to do, especially here in Hillsborough County with the school district and your partnership with you guys, my heart is at SLY. And those kids are me. Those families are me. And so if I fight for anybody, it's going to be for those kids and those families. If I call you and I got to cuss, I'm going to cuss. If I got to yell, I'm going to yell. I'm going to scream. I scream. People come up here and do it every 2 weeks. I ain't coming up here to do it. I'm just going to call you or come to the office. But I believe that, we live in a world now that we need people to be very unapologetic about doing the work. I don't want you to come take pictures. I don't want you to come to say you was there. I want you to do the work. And that's why I pride myself on what we've been able to do. You, the teachers, the staff. I will do everything I can in my power, and I continue to do, to make sure that school is the best school in the district. I know the young lady that came up here before said Alonzo was. I strongly disagree. And if it is, it won't be after this year. So, because my 2 sons are here, I've been able to accomplish a lot in life and be able to receive so many honors. But to be able to have a school, I was the same kid sitting in the back of the school shooting staples or playing pencil break or getting into fights. Now I have a chance for my kids to be able to walk through, which they've done on numerous occasions, walk through SLY and see their dad's name on the school. I'm a man that didn't grow up with a father, but I have a chance to continue to show my kids what being a great father is and what it can do, but more importantly, what being a great human being can be. I don't care what color you are, I don't care what background you come from, I don't care about your political affiliation or your religious beliefs. I care about you and how you treat other human beings. And if you don't want to do that the right way, then there's a pretty good chance that you won't be working with me. And I've said that time and time again. The mayor knows it, the sheriff knows it, Addison knows it. I'm very unapologetic about that, because at some point, people from all walks of life fought for me to be in a better position. And I can never repay those folks. I can never repay the people that invested in the Boys Ranch. I didn't even meet some of them, or the Boys and Girls Club. But what I can do every single day is be up with a grateful heart. I'm not a perfect man. I'm never going to proclaim to be a perfect man, but I will proclaim to be a good man. Because I know at the end of the day, some other people that helped me put me in a position to be a good man. And I want to be a good man for this school. I want to be a good man for this community. I want to be a good man for my two sons forever, because they deserve it. In a world in which black men and women and Latino women and men get assassinated for standing up for the right thing, I'm not afraid to get assassinated for standing up for the right thing. And if our kids and our teachers are needing another fighter and another person, I'm that guy, and everybody knows it. So thank you all that, you know, I mean, I don't know how y'all do it. I honestly don't. And you run to be in this position, and I still don't know how you do it or why you do it. So I commend you for doing so. But I also want to commend you for understanding that this position that you have been elected to comes with great responsibility, and it comes with great scrutiny. Some of the stuff that you guys are dealing with had nothing to do with any of y'all. It happened 25 years ago, but here we are today. Keep fighting, keep dealing with it. Our kids deserve it, these families deserve it, and your family deserves it. So Addison, welcome to Tampa again, in Hillsborough County. As you know, it's a lot different than other places, but I strongly support you, because I understand the integrity you have as a man, the character you have as a man, and with both of those things being at the top, regardless of what happens, you'll always persevere, you'll always get through, and our schools will be better for it. So again, thank you all. I will continue to support other schools, so don't worry. You know, what we're doing at SLY, I do want to duplicate. I do want it to be something that other corporations and business partners and et cetera end up extending out. This is just a model, and it's only the beginning. To Anthony Jones, who raised his hand to leave Walker on autopilot to come over to SLY and get cussed out by kids the first day of school. I celebrate you.
He's in the back.
He's hiding.
Stand up, Anthony. He's done a remarkable job.
I was one of the people that came up and wanted to know how Anthony ended up at SLY. And once I found out that he raised his hand 2 weeks before school started, when nobody else would take the job, and understanding the stress that he was under going in and the difficulties he had to deal with, me and him had a long, very graphic conversation in regards to what we need to do with the kids. And I am extremely proud of what he's been able to do as a leader. And y'all don't need to move him.
You trying to tell me something?
No, yeah. When it's working, it's working.
Leave it
So
alone.
a lot of times these kids don't have consistency. If I didn't have consistency in my life of a lot of people pouring in and staying, then I wouldn't be where I'm at. These kids need to see the same teachers as much as they possibly can. That's the reason why the weight room is there. That's the reason why I do all the stuff that I do for the teachers, because I want them to stay. So that these kids that used to having a stepmom or a stepdad every 2 weeks, or a grandmother, or a different living situation every week or so, that they can have some consistency at school. So Anthony has provided that safe haven as a leader for his teachers, for his staff, for his students. And I am incredibly proud to call him on record a friend and a man of honor and a person I'm extremely proud of to get ready to take this thing to the next level. So thank you guys so much. And
all right, I'm going to get right to it. New principles, all right? Let's get right to it. So first and foremost, we had a chance to hire a deputy director, and one that has a lot of connectivity to the school district, a lot of pride to the school district. And I'll bring that individual first up. He was the now formal principal of Alonzo High School, and that is Mr. Kenneth Hart. Please come on up, Mr. Kenneth Hart.
All right.
Yeah, come on up here, pal.
Miss.
Yep.
The harp.
So in order to, as he takes on a new role and works with our chief of schools to do some really cool work, we also have to find an individual to lead the work at Alonzo High School. So we have an individual that has been in the school district, I believe, since 1999. He's done some really special work. He is a USF grad. He was an AP at Sickles and also now currently the APC at Alonzo High School, and that is Mr. James Harris, who will be the new principal.
Ooh, yay!
Come on up. Congratulations.
So proud of you.
Stand up here as well. In addition to that, we have an opportunity to hire for Bing Elementary School. As you know, Melanie Hill has transitioned from Bing and went to Tampa Heights. And we get a chance to, really, we wanted to keep this individual at her school because she's done some really special work. However, we just couldn't do it. This individual began her career in 1994 in Virginia, transitioned to Hillsborough in 2007, was an assistant principal at Coleman, had an opportunity to go to SRIG, and she was really one of the best in the interview process. And that is Mrs. Kimberly Cook, who will lead the work at Bing Elementary School. Y'all come up and line. You got to line up. In addition, we have Robles. Robles is a school that we just had an individual that retired. We have a leader that I just want to hats off to Mike McCauley, at the same token Shay McCrae, for going outside and recruiting someone that has turnaround experience. We know Robles is a school that really needs some significant concentration of someone that has a track record, proven track record, as accepted and identified in the state of Florida to be able to lift the work. This individual has moved an elementary school, moved a middle school, moved a high school, and is coming from Polk County, is highly recommended from the Department of Education's differentiated accountability team. And, the new principal will be Mr. Wallace Self. Please come on up. And also we have Mrs. Sheffield. Sorry, your first name is someone put Carmen. We know it's Skylar, so we'll get that fixed. Hand me that again. We'll make sure we get that fixed. But we also at West Shore, we had an opportunity for a retirement. We had an individual that started teaching, I believe, in 1994 in Plant City area. Was it Trapdale Elementary School? A chance in 2002 began to transition as an AP at Tinker K8. Transitioned, I think, to Mabry, and then same token now currently at Lanier. She is, excited to have her. Sorry, we'll make sure that we get your name right. Is Skylar Geyer? Please come on up as the principal. So I will tell you this, the journey ahead of you is going to be hard, but know that everyone in this room, every board member, everyone behind you, all of your colleagues, we're there to help you be successful. Please do not feel ever that you're ever bothering us. We want you to call us as often as much as you can, because we know the difficulties from transitioning to that leadership position. So, I would say lucky it wasn't last year, really difficult time. You get a new start and refresh. I'm happy and I'm proud of each of you, and we look forward to working alongside of you, each of you. So congratulations again.
What a great set of leaders.
I guess there's a picture time. Better come back, take a picture. I'll get in trouble. I'm sorry. I go to the next slide, so Skylar's name's not. Yeah. I can do that. Don't move. Thank you, and congratulations. And also, with this said, we have an opportunity to acknowledge a leader in our school district. Chief of schools is a very difficult position. Kim Bays was remarkable in that position last year. But we thought it was really important to transition, Ms. Bays to transition to innovation, to be able to look at our magnets, to be able to help with implementations of charter schools. But we had an opportunity to identify a hometown hero, one that has been in Hillsborough County for a long time. And if you were at the Leadership Institute, you would acknowledge the electrifying applaud that was happening when we recognized her as the new chief of schools, and that is just Mrs. Sue Burkett. Please stand up. So she's going to be awesome. Not many people push back. She does a really good job, really fast, and I'm grateful and I respect it, and look forward to her working with us every day. Also, the Summer Leadership Institute was a really was really refreshing for me. It was the first time that I got a chance as superintendent to get in front of every principal in 16 months all at one time, and at the same token, every assistant principal. With this, we were able to really establish our way of work, to be able to implement and discuss how we will continue to teach, invest, inspire, and believe in every one of our children, every one of our students in Hillsborough County. When looking at it, the principals and assistant principals, through their interactions and through a survey, this is what they talked about related to how they felt the Institute was. It was one where they felt inspired, one that had a consistent message, one where the subject was high quality content extended to each of them, and it was very informative, and they believe it was overarchingly effective as we move forward in concert to be able to help have a vision for the work. So thankful for Terry Connor, his team, all the cabinet members, all the senior staff, all of our principals and assistant principals for being actively engaged in that process, and really providing streamlined, active professional development so that principals can turnkey that as their staff return very soon. And as we talked about back to school, August 10th is the day. It's a day where, it's upon us being able to bring our children back, to be able to open our doors, to gain access to them, to help them continue to improve their intellectual experience, but at the same token being able to improve their emotional experiences as well. With that said, reopening plan that we have kind of finalized, we'll try to get it out to the community by the end of this week. We'll send it out to principals tomorrow. And the first wave of this is all about how we will interact and what traditional offerings we will have through a traditional brick and mortar, and at the same token, Hillsborough Virtual K-12. And then it goes into looking at all the accessible, organizational safe controls that we will put in place to ensure that we continue to mitigate COVID, and we continue to keep our children and our adults and our employees in a position where they feel valued and they feel protected along the way. It will define how we intake our children, how we dismiss our children, how they interact in common areas, and at the same token, how we continue to offer before and after and during school activities related to co-curricular and extracurricular activities within our school district. It would also talk about the sanitation stations that will continue within our schools. Every classroom will have a sanitation station related to gloves, masks, hand sanitizer, wipes if they feel most comfortable. And at the same token, we'll be able to make certain in common areas and major arteries in our schools will have hand sanitizers as well. And we will make a mask, while it's going to be optional as we move forward for the 21-22 school year, we will continue to highly recommend it for those, especially those who are under 11, age of 11. We will make that accessible to them, and we'll continue to make certain that we have that focus where they feel valued every single day. Meals will continue to be free for next year. So breakfast and lunch will be free for every learner, regardless of their socially economic background. And at the same token, our bus services will continue to provide adequate services for that as well. And then in this document, you'll see that we'll have contact tracing and the quarantine protocols. We continue to appreciate our team for continue working with TGH, USF Health, at the same token with our Department of Health to in our COVID leads to identify our protocols. Last year we had it was 10 days that they were out. Every learner who had to be quarantined, or there was 10 days they had to be out of school. This year we're going to follow the CDC recommendation, and it is a recommendation that we will implement after 6 days of those who have to be quarantined, or those who after day 6 taken a COVID assessment and it deems that they are not positive for COVID, they're able to come back on the 8th day. So we'll implement that process. One thing we will see, the contact tracing will continue. We have COVID leads that will be in our schools that continue to identify students who've had direct or indirect contact within our schools. We'll continue to send out letters and notifications to the body in which we serve. Those who had direct contact, we will connect with them individually. Those who have had indirect contact, they'll just get a parent letter, or they'll get a parent linked for that interaction, just for acknowledgement, the same way we do with ROSAC, so that we can continue to keep everyone apprised. We will continue to implement our data dashboard. As you know, last year we were the first in the state to be able to adopt it and implement it, to be able to have transparency for our community members so they can stay in touch with positive cases in that work. When we look at quarantines for our students, they would just really need to understand that we have a number of quarantine resource centers that will be available, resources that will be available for our students. Those resources can be found on our website. It will be identified within this protocol reopening plan. It's identifiable by grade band with elementary and also with secondary, and you can drill down and it will identify and it will really provide all the resources related to Canvas information, related to phonics supports for elementary, pre-K supports, literacy, math, science supports, and how we can continue to go on to help our learners. We are really encouraging our teachers to make certain that Canvas continues to be updated, because we'll use that as a significant tool for our learners to be able to understand and activate and keep instructional momentum moving forward. One thing we are also looking through Terry Connor's shop is to make certain that we have availability through an outside agency for during the day and potentially in the evening to have virtual tutoring for any student that may be quarantined. So being able to have that accessibility for those who are particularly quarantined and have available to a qualified, skilled teacher educator to help them through any particular issues or barriers they may experience in that process. And then the last thing this plan does is identify the reopening plan for volunteers and visitors. We will have accessibility going back to work to really accept and embrace our faith-based partners, embrace our volunteers, to embrace our community partners, to have accessibility to our school, because we need them in order in an effort to be successful. And so special events as we go back to school. One's upcoming on Saturday, July 31st, this weekend. I'll be there. It's going to be Stuff the Bus. This is all about donating school supplies, in Hillsborough County. Thank you to the Hillsborough Education Foundation, who continues to be a champion for our school district and our children. This is an opportunity to give the resources to our students, for those who are most in need. So we ask you to be an active participant in that process. And then also we have our 14th annual Back to School fair, which will be at the West Shore Plaza this weekend as well. I look forward to interacting with our families, our students. This is about being able to have a free backpacks for the first 500 students. We have face painting. We'll have the Bucks cheerleaders will be there, but we'll have 60 vendors and nonprofit partners to be there to have supports for our community members, and also we'll have the Early Learning Coalition as well, and we'll have performances, games, and activities, and workshops and speaker sessions for our parents, so they can become stronger advocates for their children as we navigate through this new school year. And then Mr. Titus O'Neill with Thaddeus Bullard, the Bullard Foundation will have their Back to School Bash on August 7th, and that will be at Raymond James Stadium. He's going to have Flo Rida there, so for those of y'all who may be old enough to know who that is, it's some of you may not. Really cool opportunity to just to let our hair down, have some fun, and really he'll have so many opportunities for entry in sports physicals, along with dental sealants, X-rays, haircuts, you name it. He continues to give back, and that'll be available to our community members at Raymond James. It starts at 9:01 to 1:01. I'm not sure what the one's about, but it's his deal, and we'll be there to help him in that process. And then technology. We have Jeremy tonight. We have a significant amount of items that we will need to discuss, and so to further talk about where we are from a technological standpoint, we have Mr. Bunkley, who is with us through Teams, to really talk about tonight what our vision of what we're trying to accomplish in our school district, our current state, and where we plan to go as we look to address the digital divide and also address the digital poverty that exists within our community.
Good evening, governors. Sorry about my inability to be there in person. So I'm going to take this opportunity to use the technology to its full advantage and kind of go over the technical vision that we've established in the new technology department. You're going to notice that this all starts with, it's really a reimagining of our processes. And so as we're doing this, we started to reevaluate absolutely everything. And we started with reorganizing our division to support the needs of our customers. That was really, really important, putting more of our resources into the classroom and really beefing up our call center so our teachers have better more consistent supports. And then we went to readdress the idea behind our customer service. And it's not just internal anymore. The old call center in technology, you used to answer a call from a teacher to support that teacher or maybe a school staff member, but that's really not the role of technology anymore. COVID really has changed everything about us at this point. And now we're supporting our teachers, our staff, our students, and our parents. And really what I mean by that is we've started working with HEF in a realignment for community engagement so we can align our processes to better inform our parents. And really create a more vertically aligned process with academic services. We want to make sure that we're supporting the processes put into the classrooms. And then we move on to reconceptualizing the infrastructure for our district. And Ms. Snyder, I'm sorry, I was going to say Ms. Snyder, but it was Ms. Perez who asked the question earlier. I want to take an opportunity, because I couldn't be there in person, to answer a question from the agenda review or board workshop, I apologize. The network infrastructure, right now we're designed as a hub and spoke, which means we have one centralized location that feeds every one of our school sites. And when we're starting to redesign this, we're starting to look at a multi-point ingress egress, right? That's multiple internet connections coming into our schools. So if something goes down, say the ROSAC facility goes down, then the entire internet connection flips over to the Technical Operations Center. And what that allows for is connectivity to stay up. We're in the process of keeping the internet up, right? Connectivity, that is what the world runs on today. So we have to have a multifaceted approach. And as we do that, that will allow for stronger and more stabilized connectivity. And the piece I wanted to address from the workshop this morning was on the ESSER presentation. Why was there only 1 year of internet connectivity? Because ESSER is not a long-term funding source. And so as we work through the process, we're going to be filing for these connections on E-rate, thus bringing back 80% of our expenditure. And so basically we're only spending 20 cents on the dollar versus a full dollar. And that would be money left on the table if we didn't do it that way. Unfortunately, you have to do it in a very specific cycle, and to get the internet up and more stable for this school year and to have increased capacity in our infrastructure, we're going to use the ESSER dollars to start that process. And then one of the big items on the agenda tonight is the devices. And we had to stop, we wanted to stop and just rethink our entire approach to devices. We actually engaged in a process of building a computer with an OEM and really in conjunction with Microsoft. And what we did was we took the pieces of the device that were most needed, and that was the pieces that we put into the device. In Florida, you're not allowed to have biometrics, so there's no point in paying for a finger scanner. And we wanted to simplify the design of the computer. We wanted as few moving pieces as possible so that we can have very quick break-fix processes. We didn't want to stock 50 parts. We wanted to stock 6 parts. That way we can fix our classrooms. As you move into a technical world, you don't get 5 days to fix a computer. You don't even get 5 hours. You get 5 to 10 minutes to get a computer back in working order. And if not, you have to have the capacity for hot swaps to get the student back online as quick as possible. And then in line with that, we wanted to reevaluate how we filter students. Right now, we use a concept called inline filtering. And what inline filtering means, and I am sorry, this is boring, but this is the world that I live in. So I apologize. That's what happened when you're in remote settings. Sometimes your child walks into the room and you have to explain that you're giving a presentation. So I apologize for that. But we had to do our filtering And so a student can be filtered at home as they can be filtered at school. And then we go into reanalyzing how we handle our data. And we wanted to create transparencies. And what we do by that is we've started with the ESSER dashboard, which you saw at the workshop this morning, and as Mr. Davis alluded to, the first COVID dashboard in the state of Florida. So really realigning our data structures to get them into a more presentable fashion for the stakeholders. And then we wanted to review our internal policies. And with our internal policies, we want to enable people. And when you're enabling people, that is really what the core of technology is. We want to create a process that really builds upon the strengths of our teachers. And then we wanted to re-examine the approach to security. As we all know, personally identifiable data, the hacks on school districts as a very important target. We have to stop and reevaluate that. And the reason that there's the in front of every single one of these items is this is an ever-continuing model, and we'll continue to do this. So with that, I'm going to stop with our technology vision, and I'm sure I'll get into these a little bit more if we're called upon during the discussion. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Bunkley.
You're welcome. Thanks, Jeremy, wherever you are. What do they call that? Cyberspace? Well, there's anyway, don't let me misquote anything technology-wise. But, Member Vaughn, you had a question?
Several, thank you. I appreciate Superintendent Davis, your update, specifically talking about the responses to COVID and things that we're going to continue. I know I asked about that yesterday and you pointed me to the email, but I'm glad that you did that for public consumption. And since we had such a robust public comment about masks and our decisions, I wanted to ask some questions just to kind of clarify for the public. Number one, you're in charge of making this decision, correct? It's not the board at this point.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. I just want to clarify that because some people came up and said the board decides, the board decision, and have kind of, lobbied us. And I just want to be clear on where the decision lies. So I've had a lot of questions regarding, you've heard speakers ask, like, we're partnering with TGH and our partners and their formal recommendations. And there has been a new CDC guideline that came out moments before we came into this meeting, stating that they recommend masks in school regardless. And I know that earlier today we talked about following CDC guidelines. So I want to get an update since that came out, as well as kind of address questions about our partners at TGH and what they're recommending and who we're talking to there, so we can talk about, some of the medical field that we do recognize and where they're leaning towards this.
Yes, ma'am, through the chair. So we work consistently with TGH, USF Health, along with the Department of Health to be able to look at trends with COVID, look at the Delta variant that's in front of us. We do see and we have acknowledged that there has been an increase and an uptick, not only in Hillsborough, but throughout.
I'm sorry, can you stop my time back there? It's gone on 10 seconds. Sorry, go ahead.
Right. We do agree and identify today that there's continued to be an increase in the number of cases. We know that 60% of the cases right now have high transmissibility. But related to our partnership, they understand what every school district in the state of Florida is. And right now, every school district in the state of Florida is related to having and implementing masks to be an option for for the parents to be able to make a choice for their child. As it relates to us, TGH does strongly recommend that individuals who are not vaccinated wear a mask, especially when they're indoors. And then when you look at the CDC guidelines prior to what came out today, it identified that they strongly encourage masks as well. Today, once again, it said individuals who were in CDC guidelines said the recommendations, and they are recommendations, that those who are either vaccinated or not, it did recommend that they wear masks inside. From our side of it, we've been very clear when looking at, my direction for the school district. It's a choice. It's a choice for our parents to be able to identify what's best for their learner. We'll continue to make certain that we social distance within our classrooms where we can. At the same token, we'll continue to make certain that we have the mitigation strategies and provide a number of PPE options for every learner, along with wipes and sanitation, hand sanitizers, for anyone who wants to interact with those types of solutions. So as it relates to us, they understand the situation that we're in, so does the Department of Health. But they will continuously, and in this reopen plan, you'll see that why masks will be optional for us in 21-22. We will acknowledge that our medical health partners strongly recommend this to be for individuals to wear them, especially those who do not have accessibility to the vaccination.
Thank you. And I have 3 more questions. I don't know if I should just fire them off. That doesn't ever seem to be productive. Number 1, I've had parents asked about, since we're kind of highlighting parents' choice, if it's a possibility to do cohorts of students where there are classrooms where where parents choose for the classrooms to have masks, and classrooms where parents who feel comfortable going maskless, especially in elementary school where kids cannot get vaccinated. That's the highest concern. Is that something that we're open to? And also, the next question I had was in regards to charter schools. We had someone say today that there is a charter school, I think Temple Terrace Community Center, that's saying masks should be mandatory. And I don't understand, if they are a traditional public school, how they can mandate masks and not have the governor's wrath as far as masks not being mandatory.
Yes, ma'am. So through the chair, I have not heard of any charter school that has made this.
Can you stop my time? Sorry.
Stop. I have not heard any charter school that has made this a mandate. I think it's been very clear from Tallahassee that recognizes that this should be a choice for parents. We will look into it through Mrs. Bay's office to determine if there's been an additional step that's been taken that we are not apprised or acknowledged on. We'll continue to make certain that we look and work with our charter schools related to the reopening plans, and make certain their direction merges with what we're trying to accomplish as well.
My thing. And the last question I had is, when you came out with this policy, you said you were going to, keep open depending on whether statistics have gone up, whether things have gotten higher, the rates have gotten higher. You're going to be open to being reactive to the virus. I'm wondering what threshold you have set for that, what guidelines are going to make you reconsider. And during that time, if you do reconsider, how is that going to go with what the governor is mandating? Are you willing to make a stand against the governor, or where are we headed towards this?
So at this current stage, we're going to just, I don't know if there's a threshold related to, making the decision to make masks or mandated or not. From my stance, I still believe it's a parent choice. I don't want to come out and take a stance, and then here we are, we're in a fight with Tallahassee. We've done that enough in the 16 months that I've been here. We've got to make certain that we are continuing to focus on the experiences for children. This is another avenue in which the parent gets their choice. They get a choice of where they send their child to school. They get a choice of whether or not they want to put a mask on their learner. Our role and responsibility to continue to highly recommend those who are not vaccinated and who don't have the availability for the vaccination to stand with TGH and strongly recommend it. But it will be optional from our parents.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Member Vaughn. Member Perez, and then we're going to go into the business meeting.
No, real quick, I just wanted to thank the superintendent for clarifying, because we did receive a lot of comments this evening regarding the face coverings, and the fact that he clarified that he was the one making the decision for the district regarding the face coverings, and that it was going to be optional for Hillsborough County. That was.
Thank you, Member Perez. Board members? Oops, I'm sorry. Member Combs?
I just wanted to make a comment that since you have made that decision, I think it's really important, because I know that, before I got on the school board, people would go back and forth. I think that it's good that the community knows what we're doing, what we're planning to do, that you're going to have them optional, so that way parents can plan the way they need to plan. I think that's very important, because I think that if we go back and forth and parents feel like it's something that we're going to choose, that all of a sudden there's going to be masks, then parents have to kind of deviate. And I think parents need to know that, and parents need to realize that no matter what, the state has made it very clear that it's going to be optional. And so I think regardless of what happens, unless it gets much worse, I think that it's really important that parents can plan that, okay, if I am going to send my child, this is what I'm going to do. Maybe they might choose Hillsborough Virtual, or they may choose, homeschool, whatever they may do. I think it's very important that, we're 2 weeks away from starting school. And I want to know, Superintendent, like Member Vaughn said, are you anticipating this staying, that we will have them optional throughout the year?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And then my other question is, and I really would like more details and really dig in deep about the students who were quarantined. I know that last year, I had 3 quarantines. I had 5 quarantines with 2 children in my house. My daughter was quarantined 3 times. I just want to I want the assurance, and I want to go in really deep when we look at that ESSER money, that children who are quarantined or children that choose Hillsborough Virtual are going to get a really quality education, because it's very important that if children get multiple quarantines, we want to know that if you're in 3rd grade, that you're not just going to be on Canvas. So I would really like to see that plan more laid out in more details, and I really think that we need to make sure that we put that ESSER money into that area, because that is going to be very critical for the upcoming year.
Thank you, Member Combs. Member Snively?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just briefly, I wanted to thank all of the people who have sent to us, communicated with us. In addition to the people who came and spoke this evening, we've received hundreds of email communications and phone calls, and just wanted to assure the community that we are listening. We do hear what their concerns are. We are very appreciative that you're making this decision prior to school starting, so that parents have some time to make that plan, like Mrs. Combs mentioned. I think that's important, so parents can make that decision. That was a mistake that the board made last year, in my opinion, is that we didn't give parents enough time to make a decision with regard to reopening schools, and it caused a lot of heartache and a lot of uncertainty in our community. And so you've had this stand since the school was released in June, and you're sticking by it, and I think that we'll continue to watch, we'll continue to monitor, and so will the Department of Education, and so will the Governor's office. And if things have to change, then we'll know. We'll be able to take note with regard to leadership in the state and surrounding communities. So we appreciate the fact that you're making this decision and clarifying that it is not a board vote that we're taking tonight. I think that was kind of a rumor out there that we were going to be voting on it this evening. So that to dispel that rumor that we're not voting on it tonight, and that is a decision that the superintendent has made for his school district, for our school district, and we appreciate that. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Member Snively. And just a few thoughts that I had listening to board members, and thanking also the comments from the constituents, which were so heartfelt. And the number one priority that every one of us can agree, if they were all in the auditorium, they would agree, the children are their most important assets, and to them. And so the health and safety, welfare of the children, understandably, does create a lot of emotionalities, and there is a slight amount of panic. There's a whole lot of medical studies out there, medical revelations, and it would drive most parents into a frenzy, as many of them are getting into that right now, I think. I have 2 granddaughters, both in elementary school, and I think perhaps board members have young kids that they know of, and it is a very, very difficult time. One thing I will say, throughout the COVID crises that we all know, is that we have to always pause to reevaluate. What is true today may not be true next week. So I think the only caution I would say is that we need to always be ready to reevaluate should things change. And that's kind of like an olive branch, but it's also a reality branch. We can't just have in stone one way if this virus continues, I think it may also be a time to reevaluate as a board collaborating with our superintendent. And thank you, Superintendent Davis, for being steadfast and keeping the stability of a decision in one place. But also, I thank you in advance that you will be willing to collaborate with the board members should this status of the virus changes. And I know the board members would love to have that amount of discussion with you if that so happens. And following that, I think we're ready to go into our school board meeting, which is agenda items. There'll be a few little packaging that I'll ask a board member if she would be willing to, but not just yet. We have the following items will now be heard, and then we have one little presentation, I believe, coming up. C603, C605, C606, C607, C608, C609, C610, C614, C615, C704, C711, and right now we're going to do 610, request for proposals. This is regarding the speech and language therapy and diagnostic services. And Superintendent Davis, and I believe Ms. Workman also will have some comments.
Yes, ma'am, through the chair. This request for an RFP for speech and language therapy and diagnostic services. As you know, in Hillsborough County, we serve around 14,000 students who need additional services related to speech and language that may have experienced speech and language disorders. So being able to make certain that we have the necessary services to comply with our students and they can continue to be successful in the classroom, we have to outsource because we have a 85% fill rate of these positions in Hillsborough County. This allows us to be able to fill the gaps, and usually historically it's around 50 units that we have to fill on an annual basis. So being able to identify 4 vendors that meet the criteria as outlined by IDEA allows us to be able to implement this process. So this is a $2.1 million expenditure. We'll be able to use IDEA categorical funds to be able to serve our children who need us the most.
Thank you, Superintendent Davis. And board members, I need a motion and a second. I have a motion by Member Combs, second by Member Vaughn. In discussion, we have a lot to share. Member Vaughn, if you'll just be so kind as to let Ms. Workman share some of the ESE developments that she and her team are doing. It's quite extensive, and sometimes we don't hear about the details. If you can just do this in a shortcut manner, it may help serve some of Member Vaughn's questions.
Okay, so thank you, Mrs. Gray, and board members for giving me the opportunity to share a little bit of the work that's going on within ESE and also some information regarding some items that have been discussed at the past meetings. So I do have a little PowerPoint, and I'm just sharing some highlights. Thank you. And I'm sharing some highlights of the work within ESE. So I will go quickly, not necessarily connected all with this item.
Let's see if this works.
Okay, so I wanted to touch on the parent survey. This was discussed in the past few weeks, and the parent survey is a Florida Department of Education project. It is released every year. All districts are required to distribute the survey to parents to gather information for feedback about services and ways that we can help to increase participation from parents. So this is the results from the survey. All districts are measured on the response rate. The state target is 10, and in this last year, we were at 9.9%, and so close to meeting the targets. I've included all of the our size-alike neighbors, and just so you have some comparison data. regarding the percent of questions at or above standard. You can see that we were trending upward, and in the last year we had a slight dip. And we'll be anxious to get our data from this last year. This is lag data, so that we can be able to see if that is a trend or if we're going to continue that upward trajectory. And the information that's provided are questions about how we can support our families so that we can engage them. And you can see these were our high questions over on the left and our low questions over on the right-hand side about training, requests for information about training and services and supports. So those are the type of information that we're soliciting, and so that we can help to serve our parents better. And just some highlights for schools with very high response rates, extremely high, and also high scores in high standards, are at or above standards. These are all the ways we encourage our responses. Okay, and I'm going to be moving really quickly here. Another highlight, I wanted to share our graduation rate. And if you look that since 2014-15, we have significantly closed the gap in graduation for students with disabilities as compared to non-disabled students. And I'm going to go back to that. In our Exeter data, which is a standard diploma rate, Hillsborough is actually at 91%, which means students that may even, it includes students that may take a little bit longer to get their diploma, maybe 5 years instead of 4 years, and they're not counted in this data. But at Hillsborough, we have 91% graduation rate, and the state rate is 86%. And our dropout rate has steadily decreased and again closed the gap with our non-disabled peers. Restraint seclusion, another hot topic. It is in the legislature. We had some amendments this year, and this is some work that we really collaborate with many team members to be able to give our students some replacement behaviors and make sure we're providing lots of prevention. And least restrictive environment. Oh, I'm clicking past this. Let me go. And I wanted to show, again, our comparison with size-alike neighbors. This is an area that is monitored by the state, and our goal is to have the highest percentage of students included with their non-disabled peers for 80% or more of the day. And if you look at our size-alike neighbors, we are in the blue line, middle blue line, and we have been trending upward. We're doing a lot of work in this area. We expect to continue to see the gains, we are training gen ed teachers, administrators, working on scheduling that provides more inclusive opportunities, providing all the supports we can so that our students can be served with their general education peers. And we have to thank our superintendent. He's been incredibly vocal and supportive in this area, and it's making a difference. And then CCEIS, which is another one of our target areas. And in this, we have been measured and monitored for our disproportionate removal of students, black students with disabilities for more than 10 days. We've made significant progress over this last year. We've reduced our risk ratio to 3.46. And if in 2 years ago, we had 182 black students removed for more than 10 days. This last year, it was down to 32. So again, lots of good work going on in ESE. And I'm just going to go through this. And matrix of services funding is an area we've been really focused on to maximize and make sure that we are getting credit for what our teachers are doing and working so hard and ensuring that we're reporting accurately and capturing all the weighted funding that we can. So again, thank you so much for the ESE in a short bit of time. I appreciate the opportunity to get to highlight.
It's important because the population, the ESE population, sometimes we don't give enough priority talking points to. And thank you, Kim Workman, and your staff. And over, 14,000 students are identified?
34,000.
34. Okay, that's a lot of students, so I'm glad.
1,000 for speech and language. So
yeah. How much? I have 14,000 for speech and language. Is that right?
That's correct.
Okay. All right, but that's 14,000 is a lot.
is.
And a lot of very important access. So thank you. Member Hahn, I see you have your lights on, but Member Vaughn pulled the item. If you wouldn't mind her speaking first. Member Vaughn, did you have a question beyond?
Thank you. I did just have a question. As myself, I've struggled to kind of understand the process for parents if they are interested in requesting speech and pathology services through the schools for our students. And I just wanted you to give some clarification of if they're able to do that, what that process looks like, and how that starts, so we can empower our parents if they are concerned that their students might have additional needs when it comes to language and speech.
Absolutely. So if a parent has a concern, they should, of course, first speak with their teacher, but they can also reach out to the speech and language therapist at the site and ask to talk with them and share their concerns. And the guidance counselor is also another person that should be able to help them. And once your parent makes a request, then a meeting will be scheduled that will include the teacher and other relevant staff members so they can discuss the concerns, see what we're seeing with the students, and then determine regarding moving forward with a referral for evaluation or not.
Thank you. And just to clarify, this is to make sure that we will have enough staff members to provide services going forward and that we can accommodate all of that, correct?
Absolutely. Speech and language therapists are a critical shortage area nationally, and we vie with hospitals and private therapies for candidates. And so it is an area that we must provide the therapies as documented in their IEPs or individual education plans. Yes, this fills the gap for our vacancies, and also when we have therapists on leave, you can't just call the Kelly sub. You have to have a licensed personnel to be able to provide those services.
Thank you. So parents, if they have concerns and they're concerns that their student or their child needs some speech therapy, they don't just have to rely on identification from the teacher. They can also request that from the teacher itself or the counselor. I just wanted to reiterate that.
Yeah, absolutely.
Thank you.
As with as any other concerns that a parent may have regarding their students' development performance.
Thank you, Member Vaughn. Member Hahn?
Thank you, Member Gray. First, thank you so much, Ms. Workman, for bringing this to the board tonight and for providing the overview of ESE in general and sharing some of the data. We haven't had these conversations in a really long time. So as a former special ed teacher, I'm glad to see the data coming before the board. And so under your leadership and Ms. Brown's leadership, I've been very encouraged to see the improvements under some of the specific areas you mentioned tonight, closing the graduation gap, decreasing the dropout rate, decreasing the restraints, and making progress with the risk rating in regard to minority student removal, as well as trending upward with the least restrictive environment. I hope we can lead the state in LRE at some point. That would be great. So just thank you so much. I know how challenging this work is, and I hope we can talk more about it as things continue on the side of the House and special ed. And thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Member Hahn. Member Combs?
Member Hahn and Member Vaughn said many of the sentiments the way I feel, and I really appreciate that because I really felt like the last meeting that we had, on the way here today, I was talking to a parent who has 2 exceptional students, and we talked about what a great job the district is doing. And one of the things that I found most, impactful since I've been on the board is the number of ESC students, the number of services, the number of access classes, how we mainstream children, all the great work we did. So I really felt that last board meeting, it was in my comments, when we talked about, a parent survey, we're talking about less than 10% of the parents responding. And I think you will find that most parents who are unhappy about things respond, and parents who are usually very happy don't respond to a survey like that. So to get a better view and a picture and giving us all that data, to, I feel that we do a great job. Of course, we can always work harder, but I know that we do a very good job. And I know that, even I have a child who's had a 504, and I have felt very supported in the school. And I think it's really wonderful. And I appreciate you and your team and everything that you do.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, Member Combs. And that the efficacy of that survey, we were, Kimberly and I were talking about 10%. Did it have any resignation? But it does. It was highly, according to the standards, regarded input from the parents. So that's a good thing. Member Snively and then Member Washington.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Well, if any good thing came out of this whole charter school decision, I think this discussion about ESE is probably one of the good things that came out of it, because this is kind of an overdue conversation, as Dr. Hunt mentioned, for our school district. First, I want to thank you for bringing the information to the board. I want to thank you for the candid conversation that we had around some of the experiences that not only have I had many discussions with parents about, but my personal interactions with the school district, having all 4 of my children have a special need in one way or the other. And so I appreciate the openness and the opportunity to have that candid discussion with you and bringing it to the board for further candid discussion. Yes, only 10% responded. That's kind of a standard rate. It would have been nice if more parents would have responded to the survey, especially if they had a good experience with our school district. And there are a lot of people who are having good experiences with our school district. Again, I think as mentioned, there's always room for improvement, right? There's always some room for improvement, and we have improved over the last few years in certain areas. So I think this is a great topic for continued discussion to continue focusing on how we can improve some of our services to our parents, how we teach them how to advocate for their child if they don't know how to advocate for their children. That was one of the ways that I knew how to advocate, is because of the position that I'm in. But prior to that, I wasn't really sure how to advocate for my children before becoming an enlightened school board member. So lots of work to do. Thank you for bringing this up. Thank you for the information. I hope we can do maybe drill down on a better survey in our own district. Maybe not just a state survey that's administered, but something maybe that comes from the school district, and get some additional data from our parents with a Hillsborough County survey. So thank you, and I'd like to continue hearing good stories, like how we continue to progress with dyslexia and some of the services that we offer our students, and teaching our teachers how to identify students who have dyslexia and what services we provide. We need to continue expanding that. Thank you.
No, that's a great point, and we shall. So, Member Washington.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Kim, we worked together for a long time, and Kim really made my career easy for me because she was my ESE person in Area 4. But Kim, can you explain so people could understand how did you get the change in environment different now than what it used to be? Because, we had to change of placement. We had a lot of kids going through ESE. So just give us some pointers how you reduce that change of environment.
It's through a lot of work on preventative strategies. We are looking at students that are at risk and are starting to have some suspensions and removals early on, 1, 2, and then we're targeting them for problem solving with their with the leadership team at school, and putting in supports so that we really reduce those suspensions. We want to keep them in school.
That's good. We always had that perception to keep these kids in school because it's important, especially ESE kids. We were talking the other day. I remember when I may have been just starting the principal over at Chamberlain. We had the SED on the campus, and nobody understood because we had never dealt with ESE students like that, and they were disrupted. We were just suspended. We didn't know what to do. But Kim, I want to thank you for all the good work you've done. I really do. Thank you now.
Thank you. Thank you for the opportunity. There are a lot of great stories behind the data, and I appreciate this opportunity to share. And yes, there is work to be done, and it's important work, and we'll keep at it. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Workman, and thank you, Ms. Brown, also, and Godspeed to you. You're doing a wonderful job. Your team is as well. Our next agenda item. Oh, sorry. We need to vote. Please press your lights when your Please press your button when your lights appear. And we are unanimous. Yeah, we didn't see it on our screen, so yeah, it's flashing now. So all right, we're going to press the buttons again. Okay, all right, we're there. Okay, Member Vaughn, I was going to ask a question, if this would be okay. You pulled 603, 606, 607. 608, which revolve around technology and technology database and servers. Could we put that together for a vote, or would you want us to go each one separately? You pulled them. It's your decision.
Thank you for asking. I'm fine with 603, 606, and 607. I think Jeremy did a good job of answering some of those questions, but I would like to discuss 608
608
on its own merit.
Okay, absolutely. Thank you. Mr. Porter, can you go ahead and make that?
So I think would be the appropriate motion to make, make sure I get the numbers right. So you'd make a motion to approve 603, 605, 606?
Yeah.
Okay, so 603, 605, 606, and that's it? And 607. So there'd be one motion to approve all three items. So the motion, just for Marita's purposes, 603, 606, and 607. That would be the motion, appropriate motion.
I'd like to make a motion.
Not you. You're the chair. Yeah. Someone needs a motion. You can just say so moved.
Okay.
And you need a second.
Okay. Member Washington, second. And yes, Member Vaughn.
Member Vaughn and Member Snively, I think, seconded it.
Okay.
So if there's any needed board discussion, then you can vote.
Okay, do we have board discussion? Okay, seeing none, please vote when your lights are on for 603, 606, and 607. And unanimous. And thank you, Member Vaughn, for allowing us to do that. We're going to go ahead now to 605, which is the renewal of EDSB, online gradebook system services. With Tiris, and I think this is for a year. And Superintendent Davis, would you highlight the item?
Yes, ma'am, through the chair. This is for renewal for SB Online Gradebook. We know that in our district, this is our gradebook system for our parents to interact with, and this is the way also that for our teachers to interact with. This is also a way that we print our report cards, and also being able to make certain that we have progress reports for students with disabilities. We know that Synergy will be prepared to connect next school year, and it will be able to roll in a new, more sophisticated gradebook. However, we need SB for one more year. We did an opportunity to renegotiate the contract and saved around $44,000 for our school district. I want to thank each of the board members for pushing us to think differently on all of our contracts. But this is going to be a contract for 1 year. It will be $380,000, and we'll spend that with informational technology funding. One of the biggest reasons is that we don't transition to Synergy now, even though we have Synergy, is because we really want to make certain that we have a consistent, appropriate launch. And if we move now with SB holding all of our grades, we don't want to be able to lose any particular FTE from one system to the next. So given 1 year allows us to properly plan and implement, and prepare for the 22-23 school year.
Thank you, Superintendent Davis. I need a motion and a second to approve this item. I have a motion by Member Vaughn and a second by Member Combs. Discussion. Member Vaughn, you pulled this item. Do you have a question or a concern?
I do, thank you. I just wanted to address some questions that I've received from the public, trying to understand the difference between EDSB and Canvas, and even if we transition to Synergy, how that's going to work. And once we transition to Synergy, are we still going to have Canvas? And I think some people are concerned we might be having similar softwares and spending money that replicate themselves. So can you help understand the difference and then whether or not we're going to have Canvas going forward?
Yes, ma'am. It's actually a really good question.
Thank you.
Connor, you want to?
Yeah, so Canvas is our learning management system, and it houses all of our teacher resources. It also, at the moment, is a grade book for teachers. As we transition to Synergy, we will be able to use their gradebook features. It's more robust. It's going to be much more user-friendly on the gradebook side of things. But as far as housing the curriculum, interfacing with students and communicating, we will still continue the use of Canvas. It is a learning management system that we have built out. All of our lessons are saved there. We don't have that functionality currently with Synergy, so they will serve two different purposes. So we'll have both those platforms, and EDSB will be eventually the one that will sunset and be gone.
So Canvas is here to stay.
Canvas is here to stay.
Thank you.
Thank you, Member Vaughn. Please vote when your lights are on. It's unanimous. Thank you, Board. We're going to go to 608, Piggyback, computer hardware, software, supplies, and services. Yes, board members, we're jumping right to 608. We already voted on 606 and 607. 608, Superintendent Davis, will you highlight this item?
Yes, ma'am. This is a piggyback for with PGB, LG Computer Hardware Supplies and Services. One thing we want to do is be able to continue to address the digital divide that we have within Hillsborough County. So being able to expand that. This is I know it's a $25 million ask to the board. This is not in any way, shape, or form an ask related to general funds. This is all being able to proper and position Hillsborough County to put in line to be able to order employee and student devices. One thing we have to do is being able to make certain to allow our children to compete. In the same token, being able to, when we hire our teachers and those who are in front of us, we're able to give them a device as well. And what this is not, we're not asking to spend $25 million today, because this is going to be an opportunity for us to leverage ESSER 3 money when that comes. And that's exactly what ESSER dollars is expected to be used for, to be able to address technology and accessibility to our students and our employees. One thing we will say is that anything that we seek to go and purchase and moving forward, we'll bring this information back to the board for individualized approval, and we'll make certain the board is updated along the way about how these expenditures will be implemented, and in order to show the continued reduction to get to that one-to-one hope in every one of our core classrooms in Hillsborough County.
Thank you, Superintendent Davis. I need a motion and a second to approve this item. I have a motion by Member Combs and a second by Member Perez. Member Vaughn, you pulled this item. Do you have a question or comment?
I do, thank you. I also got a lot of questions about this, and Mr. Bunkley was very nice, and he allowed me actually to take one of these computers home, where my husband tried it out and had some thoughts on it that I wanted to ask your questions. The first one, though, was actually more, it came from my constituency, was I know that we said that a lot of our programs going forward are going to be web-based because we're not relying on applications to be on the hard drive or whatnot. Is there any kind of compromising of student data when we have web-based applications for this sort of things? And if so, what's the oversight we're doing to make sure that we're not compromising any student data with web-based programs?
Yeah, I'm not sure if Jeremy's online or still with us or not.
Sir.
Okay, all right. I'm gonna punt this one to you.
So, Ms. Vaughn, in this case, one of the examples is data share agreements. You must have your data share agreements in place when you go to moving to a cloud-based infrastructure. The one thing that I would point out is I'll just use companies like Microsoft and Google. They spend billions on their security. We spend thousands on our security. And moving this to their infrastructure with their security expertise puts our data in a far more secure situation than it does holding this data internally. At this point, we are handling the transit of the data versus the storage of the data, and moving to a cloud-first approach allows us to actually secure our data in it puts us in a better data security position. Yes, you hear about breaches quite frequently, and that is something that we should all be concerned with, internally or externally, which is why we're working towards creating the cybersecurity department, and for the first time having an FTE that we moved out of. We took an allocation from our department manager and moved to a department manager of cybersecurity. So the answer to your question is, should we be concerned with PII or personally identifiable information? 100%. Particularly when people sign up for the freebie applications that the district doesn't know about. Those are the applications that are my biggest concern, and those are the ones outside of the control scope. And that's why, to Ms. Snively's request 2 meetings ago, we're working on surveying all the applications that are being used through our system. Now, this will be a work in progress, but with every system that we find, we will be revisiting to make sure that we have proper data share agreements in place. There's some applications we've had for many, many years that we want to, at a minimum, refresh the DSA versus just keeping in place what has been there.
No? Oh, there we go. Okay. The next question I have is based on the specs. I know that the graphics were a bit of a concern. Do these computers have the graphic ability to handle like the animation that comes with iReady and all of that? Or are we absolutely certain this will be able to handle those?
Mr. Davis, I believe this might be a good time to call upon Mr. Philip Catone. And instead of me explaining it to you, firsthand experience from a school site, talking about Ms. Vaughn, you used a Generation 1 Evolve device, and Mr. Catone can speak to the usage of Generation 1 and Generation 2. I believe it's important that we honor where we start in the process. So I believe Mr. Catone is probably best positioned as the former AP of Tampa Heights and the current AP at BT Washington.
Thanks, Jeremy. I don't know if I'm on, but I'm going to do my best here. So to answer some of your questions, specifically regarding the web-based and looking at iReady, we've never had any problems, even with the original Generation 1s, in terms of iReady interface or anything like that. It was more like back-end stuff, like speakers weren't working. You couldn't brighten screens on laptops. Like, these were issues we were having like on the fly. Like he talked about trying to solve problems in 5 minutes or less, and we just usually swapped them out. We did end up getting the Generation 2s. Those we haven't had any issues with at all. Like, computers logged in, kids all know their login. The one-to-one aspect is a nice benefit, but in terms of specifically the iReady and the features, we haven't had any issues.
Thank you. And just my last question, I appreciate this. I just think if we're talking about spending $25 million, we want to make sure we know what we're buying. So thank you for this. What about, is the memory user upgradable?
Jeremy? Jeremy?
We'll go lifeline on that.
There is the ability to upgrade the memory, but we're also on the standard board. We are using flash memory. That is soldered. And the reason for using flash memory is the speed. But remember, as you're moving into a web-based environment, this is not a traditional home computer. You're moving to that web-based environment, and the processing is actually being done on the cloud, which is really just another vendor server farm. And so the processing's actually been done there and moving through our internet connection. That's why all of these things really are brought together at the same time, because they all go hand in hand. You have to talk about your network stability and your device when you're moving to a cloud-based system. So the answer to your question is yes, but based on the board, it is a soldered flash memory, and that is for actual speed set. And for repairability, we just want to be switching out a motherboard versus the independent pieces.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Jeremy, and thank you, our guest, Member Combs, and then Member Hahn. Member Combs?
Thank you so much, Member Vaughn, for pulling this, because I think it's really important, especially when we had public comment today talking about the $25 million. One of the things, there was an audit done with Synera in 2014 saying that we really were behind in technology and that we had to increase funding, but that never occurred. So in the last 7 years, we really haven't increased funding at all in technology. And to the idea that, to compete, forget just nationally, internationally, in any aspect, we have to have technology, and our students who need it most probably don't have that technology at home. They might be sharing one computer or no computer. We saw that when we went into COVID. So I think it's really important that we are spending, and we talked about that today, when we're using this ESSER 2 and ESSER 3 money, I'd like to see it in something that is going to be here for years to come, that's going to impact children in a positive way. And, we know that teachers are the ones that make a difference, but we also need technology to make sure that those children can compete in the future. So the other thing that I really wanted to mention that Mr. Bunkley and the entire department did was really move our first class system to Outlook. I mean, really a lot of the things that we were using were very antiquated. Sorry. And so the idea that we're using and we're finally, having access to that for our students, and we're getting one-to-ones. And then when we do see that teachers are pulling students out, kids are engaged, and I think that's really important that we have that access, and we need to spend a lot of money on technology. The idea that we haven't done that in almost a decade just shows that this is really important, and we're in the right direction.
Good point. Member Combs, Member Hahn?
Thank you. My colleagues have said many of the things that I was also going to share. So I agree with everything that they said. We have had a digital divide for many, many years, and digital poverty. I like when you said that, because that is truly what's happening. We can't talk about and say we're committed to equity and have such digital poverty happening in our community. This is a lot of money, no doubt. I'm glad the community is here speaking about it. We want to hear from them on this. But this is an investment in kids, like Member Combs just said. This is preparing them for college and or career, future jobs. And when we're also talking about the pandemic, and many folks talked about their child being home on quarantine, we need to make sure that our students, if they're home on quarantine and they don't have a laptop in their home, that they have access to technology so they can continue their education, and it's seamless. This is not general fund money. This is ESSER's money, and as Member Combs even said this morning, we need to invest in things that are sustainable. This is something we're going to purchase, and our students can use long after the ESSER's money is gone. So this, to me, is an investment in kids, and that's what we should be doing. So thank you.
Thank you, Member Hahn. Member Snively?
Thank you, Madam Chair. First, I want to say thank you for hiring Jeremy Bunkley.
Yes.
We have advanced more in technology in the last year than we have probably in the last decade. No offense to anyone, but it's true, because we know what the Gibson Consulting Report told us back in 2016 about our IT and how far behind we were. And there have been many board members who begged to have Microsoft Outlook conversion from the old system, the Lawson system. So thank you for making that conversion. Amen and hallelujah, bringing us to the 21st century. And then I think what I'd like to see, and I don't know if other board members would agree, is one thing we haven't had that we've been talking about as a board in previous years was a strategic plan, because technology becomes obsolete so quickly. This is going to be great moving forward for the short term, but what is our long-term strategic plan when it comes to technology? Where does this take us? Where are we going to be in 5 years from now? And so if we could see some type of strategic plan for technology and how we would be funding something like that, I think that's important for the board to know what direction that this district is going in, and to reassure not just the board but also parents and families and teachers that that we have a plan in place that's going to that is going to be sustainable over a period of time. And then just to reiterate what Dr. Hahn said, maybe and other board members have said, that because there was a concern about the funding for this, and a lot of times people think that money all comes from the same bucket, and this money is not coming from the general fund bucket. This money is not coming from the bucket that we pay teachers, from where we pay teachers. This money is coming from a different source, several different sources, but none of this money is competing with teacher salaries or faculty salaries. And so I just want to make sure that the public understands that this is not going to impact our general fund dollars, this purchase, because it is quite a large sum of money. So thank you again for that opportunity.
Thank you, Member Snively. And agreeable, when you invest $25 million and more in technology, an analogy is with many school districts, they have what is called, obviously, a chief financial officer. They have a chief technology officer. So it's a CTO position. So that might be a suggestion, because obviously Jeremy has many titles, and we are looking at him to solve and resolve years of, my goodness, we're so behind, and well, anyway, that's what I'm thinking. I know other school districts employ that type of level, and so something to think about. You hear the board remarks, and you do have a technological genius, which we are all very appreciative. So at any rate, good going, Jeremy. You're our hero. And Member Vaughn, thank you for having this agenda item. Looks like we have interest in it. Please vote when your lights are on. It's unanimous. Thank you, Board. And we're going to go into 609. It's a request for proposal for asphalt paving services. Superintendent Davis, would you highlight this item?
Yes, ma'am. This is a RFP for paving services. This is for us to be able to address any paved area that may need for renovations, may need upgrades, may need maintenance, and in addition to be able to identify vendors who may have to help us with new installs. There is one contractor, Alto Construction, that will help us with that process, and all the information is already transitioned through all of our procurement, and this is our recommendation.
Thank you. Member Vaughn, you pulled this item. Do you have any questions or comments?
I did, and I'll be brief. I appreciate it. I just wanted to take the moment because I've had a lot of questions. We have some items on here that are piggybacks, and we kind of talked about that before. Can you just give a really quick understanding for the public to understand what the RPF is and the process on that? We make sure that we look for equity when we're choosing out vendors, and I think people just see, $3 million and they want to make sure we're doing our due diligence and have an understanding of that. So could you just take a second for that?
No worries. Mr. Farkas, you want to talk about the process related to what we went through with asphalt?
You bet. And everything we do goes to the procurement department and Roe Johnson's department with that. Corey Murphy's in charge of procurement. They run the show. The committee comes, and the people from the maintenance department sit on that committee, so we have experts in the field that weigh in on that. Extra points are allotted for things like small and minority businesses and things like that. So it's important that you have people that are experts in the field, but it's run by the business department, so it's objective. I think that's an important part of it, too. If there was someone that had a favorite in a department, they couldn't choose that. They'd have to follow the process. So the process goes through procurement, where it's open solicitation out through that. The competitive process comes back, and Roe Johnson runs that.
So we're not just handing out contracts to friends?
No, ma'am.
Okay. Thank you.
No, ma'am.
Thank you, Member Vaughn. Please vote when your lights are on. Member Snively is away from her desk.
Yeah. So can we get a motion?
Yeah, I already did a motion in a second. No? Oh, Brita. Okay, I need a motion in a second to approve this item, clear the board, and I have a motion by Member Washington, a second by Member Vaughn. Please vote when your lights are on. And it's unanimous with Member Snively away from the dais. Next, we're going to go to 614. This is the purchase of the iReady Reading Language Arts Florida Standards, Student Instruction Books, and iReady Reading and Mathematics Instruction Diagnostic and Teacher Toolbox from Curriculum Associates. Superintendent Davis, will you highlight this item?
Yes, ma'am. This is a purchase to be able to provide Tier 2 and Tier 3 services to children in need. We know that we have so many children that are not meeting grade level expectations, that are 2 or more years behind, 1 or more years behind educationally. So what it already does is really allows us to identify an instructional platform to triangulate multiple diagnostics to be able to provide instruction for our students. What it does is scaffolds and differentiates the instructional process and allows our children to continue to be pushed and have a staircase approach to meeting grade level standards. It also has enrichment opportunities, and through iReady, it's been in this district for many years. And in this purchase, we will be purchasing iReady Last for grades 3 and up. It'll provide professional development. We get diagnostics for our learners to allow our teachers to inform and prescribe instruction. It also provides an online instructional pathway. With this agreement, we have negotiated a dedicated content specialist to be able to continue to push in and provide ongoing professional development to our teachers to attend PLCs within the school district. And the biggest thing here is that we were able to, once again, renegotiate our contract. This is down from $5.2 million to $4.4 million. And this will be leveraged to multiple financials. The first one would be SAI, which is we can provide supplemental academic interventions for our students, instruction for our students, Title II for professional development, and the third wave would be reading categorical. Once approved and once we get ESSER $3, this aligns perfectly with the expectations outlined by the scope of the sequence of ESSER 3, and we'll be able to be, or ESSER 2, sorry, we'll be able to transition those dollars to free up all of these other categoricals and put it in ESSER to move forward. So this, once again, continues to be a really special opportunity for our teachers. They get the toolkit, they have resources, all the resources to be able to serve our children in a consistent manner.
So this is almost like a pass-through. We're taking it out of these buckets, and then when we get the ESSER 2, we're going to replace?
Yes, ma'am. It'll be replacing. So all these funding sources align perfectly with the expectations and the scope of the contract and with the categoricals. And once we get ESSER $2 and finalize getting the last bucket, we'll be able to transition those dollars to free up, the SAI, Title II, and reading categoricals to do other things for our students.
Okay, board members, I need a motion and a second to approve this item. And Marita, make sure you write that down. I have a motion by Member Perez and a second by Member Hahn. Any discussion? Member Combs and Member Vaughn has pulled this item. Member Vaughn, your name is first. Would you like to ask questions?
Member Combs, you go first.
Okay. Member Combs?
I have several questions, and I guess this would be a good opportunity to kind of delve in a little bit more with the diagnostic testing. I know, we've been using this for years, and I'm not saying that this is a program that we're going to be using for quite a while. And I know that that's part of, Tallahassee's driving that, and I know that we need diagnostic testing. So what I would really like to see is what the diagnostic testing looks like for students, K through 12. That's something that is very important to me, and we've talked about a lot. I've talked to Superintendent, I've talked to you quite a bit about that. I really want to see a plan on what testing looks like for every grade level. And so that's one of the reasons I pulled Achieve. And then my other question, which is not really, I pulled iReady. My other question is, where are we with Achieve? And that kind of goes with iReady, because when you look at, we're spending a lot of money on programs, on computer programs, and we do need to get computers. But my worry is, how much money are we spending on computer programs? How much time are we spending? How much are we testing students? I mean, that was one of the drivers of not pushing for Achieve, is I was very concerned that 3rd, 4th, and 5th grade students would be tested on iReady, Achieve, math monthlies, language arts monthlies, how much time are we spending giving diagnostic tests, and how much time are we spending actually teaching? So, we need to know where children are, but how many times does the child need to know that they're behind with reading comprehension? So I would really like to request, to see both of those and I would like to see not just the regular, but also the optional diagnostic testing that we're talking about, because I know there's two parts, right?
Yes, ma'am, to the chair. So it's really good questions. We'll be able to bring in, I think, August 12th. We will be able to bring the testing calendar to the board for approval, and that's just to acknowledge the windows that Department of Education has identified for their progress monitoring. In that same opportunity, we'll also make certain the board is apprised of the testing that we will implement for the 21-22 school year. It's loud and clear. We had an excessive amount of assessments last year. I do not disagree. The team has done a really good job meeting with cohorts of stakeholders within, whether it be teachers, leaders, to be able to look at selectively abandoning some of our assessments. And you'll be able to see, and I'm proud to say that we've decreased the minutes that we test in Hillsborough County from last year to projected to 21-22 school year, around 7,200 minutes. And that's a lot of minutes related to being able to give back to instructional time with our students and to our teachers. You'll see that is going to really take place from grades 2 all the way down to grades 12, where you'll see significant decreases. There may be a small uptick related to K in first grade, 60 minutes, and that's just one additional assessment that they'll have to take. As it relates to iReady, in order to be able to use this platform, you've got to have a baseline, a mid-year, and the end of the year as well to be able to use it, so it can prescribe the work for our students. And the toolkit really allows us to our teachers to kind of use this information, and once the diagnostic is identified, it really gives them a kind of a blueprint of how to serve a student. As it relates to Achieve, openly, I do believe that Achieve is one of the best supplemental materials to be able to move students. It's been proven across the state. It's been proven across the nation. And we proved it using it in a kind of a semi-implementation of it last year. As of right now, my plan is not to bring Achieve as my sole recommendation as superintendent. However, we'll be open and honest. We do have schools that would like to use Achieve. So it'll be the determination of a school whether or not they want to implement or use Achieve for the 21-22 school year. And I want to be transparent with that process. If that threshold hits over $50,000, then that will have to come to the board. But I can tell you, Addison Davis or the academic services in my cabinet, I've been very clear. We're not going to push principals in a corner. We're not going to tell them it's the best supplemental material for them to use. We want them, if they are going to actively use this as a resource in their schools, to be able to activate and be able to go to their staff, have conversations, work through their shared decision, work through their instructional leadership teams, and really have buy-in that this is a tool proven that they can use to be systemic and create systemic change related to Lexile. And you have my word on that.
And I just have two other comments. I just want to make sure that as we do that, we also share with principals and teachers the Newsela or Newsela, which is also deals with fiction and nonfiction, because we really want to get ahead of the best standards. And so we know that best standards is a variety of fiction and nonfiction. And so that is a little bit of my concern with Achieve 3000. So I think we need to make sure we introduce that product before, so that way, because we've already purchased that, and that was at the last meeting. And then my last thing is, when we look at testing from last year to this year, I don't think it's a fair comparison, because that increase was tremendous. I would really like to see from 2 years ago to what we're coming up for this year, because that's really a more of a fair, accurate picture of what it looks like. And I think that's one of probably the challenges that teachers face, is the amount of diagnostic testing. So
I think that's a fair question as well. I have Dr. Binder here, who leads assessment and accountability for us, to be able to speak to the transition from 1920 versus what we'll see in the 21-22 school year.
Hello, thank you. Hi, everybody. Yes, we did a comparison, just as your comparison you had shared earlier. And without Achieve, we are going down significantly when you're talking about comparing from 2019-20 to 21-22 school year. The seat change time, it goes up 17% and 25% in K and 1, only because of introducing Wonders, and in the past we only had iReady. So there's a difference there. The rest of them are double-digit negative percents down. So it's in second grade we're down 21%. In third and fourth we're down 50%. 17% in fifth. Sixth grade is 23% down. Seventh grade is 12% down. Eighth grade is 19% down. Ninth and 10th grade are a slight uptick, only because we have to be very careful of different testing that was available in 1920. I'm not saying we did not progress monitor in schools. However, it wasn't district mandated progress monitoring. So schools were able to choose what they wanted to do, and we didn't pull reports on that information. And when I say that, that also kind of, when we're looking at high school and the percent that we are going up 13%, really it's not really going up 13%. It's 13% more that the district is saying, but they were already doing that work. It wasn't reflected in reports that we had pulled. So it's kind of, in high school, it's a little awkward to use those percentages, just to be transparent. In 11th and 12th grade, we're also going down in percentages. Part of the big reason for that reduction in percentage, because it is a jump going down double digits in that percent, because I know that the data that you had pulled. Part of that is the way we massaged semester exams with looking at baseline and mid-years. We do not want to double or triple test our students, so we worked with administrators across elementary, middle, and high. We talked with teachers. CTA was part of that conversation to get to a place where if we're administering a baseline assessment in reading, that baseline assessment and that reading score is also attributed to language arts as well. So students across all, for example, in sixth grade, they would be taking one baseline to encompass both reading and language arts. They would take that mid-year, which would be the same test as the baseline. They would not take a first semester exam then. So that eliminates 2 semester exams because they're taking that mid-year test instead. And then the summative assessment will not be a semester exam. So there are 2 more exams are gone, and they would only take FSA. So we're really working toward not over-testing students and following the trajectory of going baseline to mid-year to semester exam or to FSA assessment to show the trajectory. We will be able to use the data from the mid-year, so our students will still get semester exam grades. We will pull the content in my office of the items that are representative of first semester work, so our students will still get semester exam grades. Nothing will be changed with the pupil progression plan. It will just look a little different.
Thank you so much for all your work. Thank you.
Member Combs, it looks like the desire to have less testing is noted, and it's going gradually down. Let's keep an eye on it. Thank you, Nicole. Member Vaughn?
Thank you. I had similar questions, as you guys know, about testing and the use of iReady, and we met and talked about it, and I'm sure we'll continue to have more conversation about it. What I took away from that meeting was one of the things that we're really going to be utilizing from this is the toolbox that's going to be accessible to teachers, and that wasn't necessarily standard but before, and that is going to be a wealth to really help them engage instruction and be able to pull from the iReady testing and actually have lesson plans that they can use in small groups. And I think that we talked about, my concern was making sure that, you know, teachers really were able to get the training, know about it, utilize this toolbox, that they had information about it, and that we were really pushing that so that they could utilize this as a tool if that's one of the benefits of now kind of upgrading iReady. Have we had any thoughts in regards to that, making sure that teachers, oh, I see lots of hands going up, that teachers are really I guess, supported to use this toolbox to really be an asset?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. So in speaking to the point that you made, there was some very inconsistencies or inequities, we would say, with schools who had the toolbox. The toolbox is a very robust resource for teachers to pull specific lessons to help students in that small group instruction based on individual student needs. So we know in transformation 2 years ago that they had the toolbox where schools outside of transformation did not. So one of the things we did last year and coming in our swift transition, we were able to purchase the toolbox for every school. Of course, COVID has presented its challenges, but those content professional development specialists that Mr. Davis was referring to that is part of our contract here are dedicated to doing that work. And one of the things we prioritized coming back in January was making sure that all professional development provided at the school sites were specific on how to use the toolbox effectively. And I think that work continues on into this beginning of this school year. Obviously, teachers are at different readiness levels with the use of iReady. So teachers who are familiar with that obviously wouldn't need that particular professional development, and we can tailor those needs because those content professional development specialists work for us, basically. We kind of dictate what our needs are, and they are deployed to those schools and they meet those specific needs of each school. So the major focus will be on the toolbox, because I think that's our next phase. Teachers are familiar with the product, they know how to use it, they know how to administer the diagnostics. We're averaging 46 and 47 minutes average a week per online instruction. So I think that is our logical next step, is now how do you leverage that toolbox in such a way to make that impact for individual students? And so we do have a plan for that.
Member Hahn and then Member Snively.
Dr. Binder, thank you for the packet you put together and presented tonight. It had a lot of wonderful information. I appreciate the survey information, especially on page 6, where it seems that teachers rated iReady the highest out of all those options. I know in talking to teachers, they are comfortable with iReady. They know it. They understand the diagnostic use of it. As an educator, I'm always, I understand the value of this type of program, but I'm always concerned that it's going to take the place of instruction. And we talked about that. And that was happening early on in iReady. Can you talk a little bit about what we talked about and how you monitor that to make sure that this doesn't take the place of instruction?
Absolutely. So we have been looking at iReady when it initially rolled out. Now we're going into our 5th year of implementation with the program. When it officially rolled out, we were very concerned about usage, and we were very quick to find that less does not equal more. Students who were doing hours on the platform did not get higher scores on the diagnostics. It actually did the exact opposite. And I would say part of that is due to the fact that they were not getting face-to-face teaching. They were on a computer, and that does not replace a teacher by any means. What we have found now that we are going through the motions and using the platform, that students are using it not as much because they are with their teacher. This has really been pushed and catered as more of a supplemental program. It's not meant to replace the teacher. It's not to where now we have computers in the classroom where it's more of a rotation, where I'm going to do small group instruction. I'm going to pull ideas from the toolbox. I'm going to teach my small group. I'm going to have some students doing their 5 or 10 minutes on iReady for that day. And then it just can go through the motions, and then I can do whole group. We've gotten to a place now where our average minutes when we first started was pushing 60, 70 minutes. Now we're down to the 45. We're targeting at 46 and 48 respectively for reading and math.
And that's per week.
That's per week.
I'll make that clear.
That is per week.
Per week.
and mind you, that is per week during I call it an interrupted learning year. Yeah. During COVID year, we have really had the best performance on iReady as a district. Our implementation was nationally recognized. Our scores are valid and reliable, and they're trending the way we would expect them to be trending. Reading is holding steady, and math is we're hopeful for math to come out.
Okay.
If I could add to that too, just to put a little bit of perspective around that usage, because I know we talk a lot about the amount of time students are on a computer, and remembering that a literacy block in elementary is 150 minutes. Yeah. Mm-hmm. So times 5 days a week, you're looking at 750 minutes of literacy instruction. And we're asking that students are completing that literacy portion of iReady for 45 minutes of those 750 minutes. And that equates to about 6% of instruction. So, you know, I know the narrative sometimes kind of gets a little out of control about, you know, computers, but we really do, and it is our charge as district leaders to make sure that we don't have students on computers at the whole time. That is not the end goal. That is not, nothing replaces the art of teaching and having someone in front of you. And so I think it's really important to put that out there, is to say that when we're talking about computer instruction, that it has to be very balanced and it has to be very targeted, and more time does not equal more success. Right. And that's key.
Well, I appreciate that. I know that a lot of parents are always concerned about that. How much time is my child spending on the computer? And I did want to note that we have been monitoring that and making sure that it is not excessive as it has been in the past. So I do appreciate that. And just for the benefit of our constituents, 3 times a year they use iReady for testing, correct?
That is correct. Fall, winter, and spring.
Okay. All right. Well, thank you. Thank you again for the packet. I appreciate it.
Okay, thank you. Member Snively?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just wanted to kind of get an idea of where you see this fitting into the mitigation of our lowest performing schools with regard to the lowest 300. We have had perpetual issues, and our numbers have increased over time as to how many schools are in the bottom 300, which require more reading time, which costs us money to do that too. It's not cost efficient because the mandate that has come down with regard to extra reading time, the extra logistical expenses fall on our school district. So as far as I understand that. And so could you kind of talk about how this has strategically or will strategically improve where we are? Where are we now exactly on the lowest 300? How many schools are required extra reading time, and what's your goal for that? I know it's a little off topic, but this is kind of related to, yeah, it's important, and it is mentioned in the supporting documents that you gave us. So,
yes, ma'am, we do have a number of low performing schools within our school district. As it relates to iReady, iReady just allows more concentration on time to be able to expose children to skills and strategies to allow them to build their capacity to meet standard equivalent expectations. One of the things we do see is that we want to continue to provide exposure to our students to grade level equivalency content every single day through literacy, through text, through science, through inquiry-based learning. The issue is sometimes they don't have the background, the skill set, the enduring knowledge, the essential vocabularies, the foundational skills to be able to meet the thresholds identified by grade level standards. So what iReady does is really allows us to have a staircase approach. And if I'm in the 5th grade and I'm reading on a 3rd grade level, iReady will, after that diagnostic, it identify that I'm on a 3rd, it gives me a value related to where I'm at educationally, and it just builds a blueprint to push Addison to get to that point where he is proficient. Where we see this time is in our instructional framework. We want, as a teacher continues to launch a lesson in Tier 1 whole group instruction and some of Tier 2, as we get to the instructional framework and rotation, while a teacher's working with a small cohort of students can go and being able to work in a small group through iReady, whether it be on a computer or whether it be on lessons assigned through resources, through the toolkit, whether it be through laughs, to be able to be exposed to skills and strategies that allows them to be successful. I will tell you that we are openly haven't had a chance to see the full implementation during the last year, because last year, as Mr. Connors spoke about, we bought the toolkit for every one of our teachers, and that just saves a significant amount of time to be able to differentiate content. So we should be able this year to be able to see a full implementation of this process, how we use laughs, how we leverage the toolkit, how we leverage professional development, how we provide interventions with this particular content. But sometimes it's going to take more. It could have to use LLI services, which is for Tier 3, to be able to elevate experiences for children. It could use SIPs for the phonics side of it. So it's a big part of allowing us to have concentration. And it did a really nice job a couple years ago with a predictability about how students fare on the assessment. It has ways to go. We'll have to be able to look at how it comes this year. In 2019, 2020, there was a little bit of a greater variance and separation to determine how well a learner did on iReady versus how they scored on FSA. But I think it was more of a calibration side of the work for iReady. They continue to revise their work and continue to revise their content and their curriculum to be able to push every one of our learners. And I think it's a good spot to be able to use it not only at scale but in our persistently low performing schools. Ms. McCray, anything that you want to add?
No, I just want to point out that what iReady does very well, unlike a core curriculum focuses on the standard itself, right? So we're teaching core curriculum at the standard level. What iReady does is it allows teachers to identify the skills that are missing in order for them to reach that level of the standard. And so iReady can call out specifically what those skills are that should be mastered by a student in order to successfully do the standard at core level. So that is something that iReady does a great job with. And I think that's where it helps teachers a lot with really identifying the specific skills that are needed in order to attain that standard.
Okay. And so this could be a topic for another meeting or, in the future, but are we getting a buy as far as the low 300? Are we just where we were last year? They're just going to, the same schools identified previously are going to be in our extra reading time group again. Can you maybe let the board know, give the board an update on which schools is it going to impact, and what is the cost to the district for having these low performing schools and the extra reading time that's required for these? I think it's important for the board to be able to wrap that information around their heads, because that is definitely going to be a goal moving forward, is to reduce the amount. And you might want to also include maybe the previous trend, kind of how we got where we are today. So maybe looking back 3 or 5 years to see where were we 5 years ago, and incrementally, where are we today? And then your goal obviously is 0 in the bottom 300, but where do you expect to be? How long is that going to take to get out of that bottom 300?
Openly, it's going to take time. If we did not have the pandemic, which openly exacerbated the learning loss, I would say that we could do a really nice job eliminating that in 2 to 3 years, but it could take a little bit longer. My timeline and my speed, my team knows that we're going to push every single day.
Light speed.
Yes, ma'am. With the concentration, but I think the partnership that we're going to continue to have with the MGT, that's in the majority of those schools. At the same token, being able to have additional team members going with Miss McCray related to transformation, you'll start to see movement. You'll see movement this week. This week, data comes out. It'll be raw data from where FSA.
Friday.
Yes, ma'am. Be raw data.
That's what I'm promising people.
You'll see, honestly, in a year of quarantine with students coming in and out, you're going to see winners, you're going to see losers. But I do believe that in the transformation, you're going to see some movement.
Okay.
But I'll make sure that on my follow up, the lowest 300, number of schools, the cost, previous trends, and goal setting for that.
That would be great. Thank you very much. I appreciate that.
Thank you, Member Snively. Member Washington?
Yes, I'm going to piggyback off of what Ms. Snively was saying. Dr. Bowney, I know, do y'all have some data on District 5 and the iReady? Do we have any type of data?
Yes, I have lots of data. The schools, overall, our schools have gotten better. We went up 8% overall, and specifically in District 5, we're seeing it's not as dramatic as an 8% from fall to spring. But we have to remember, iReady is not FSA. Right. And in some of our schools where there is a disproportionately larger number of students who are entering the school year at a lower level, they may grow. They may have great growth on iReady, but that's not going to be as highlighted as obvious on an FSA assessment. Plus, the other piece we have to remember, too, with FSA is that we don't have scores from last year like we normally would. We are going back 2 school years. So the schools in Region 5 that we're really concerned about, those elementary schools, when we're talking about growth, we are only talking about really our 5th grade students, because the 5th grade students are the only ones with prior FSA scores from 3rd grade. So this is going to be a very telling data release this week because we have to look at it with a different eye because of the data that we're getting back. So I'm going to provide lots of guidance when the results come out, because I will be working through to figure out grade and how that really looks and how that impacts all of our schools. But for elementary specifically, thinking about growth and gain, it's not a typical way to calculate gain. So yes, students in that region did perform well on iReady, but it may not be a true like-to-like comparison. We're talking about state results this year only because of the way that the growth is calculated for FSA.
Okay, I'd like to get with you on that and talk a
Absolutely.
little more about it and show me some more about it, okay? All right, thank you.
I had some final questions, real quick. Historically, I think it was in 2016, and Ms. Cook, correct me if I'm wrong, we had to choose a diagnostic tool as per the state of Florida statute. So what we did is we chose iReady. There weren't many other programs, right, that were diagnostically true to the FSA standards or.
Correct. We picked several assessments. We had a contract at the time with SAT 10, Stanford 10, which was using old norms.
Yeah.
We also had a contract. We were getting iStation for free because it was part of a grant that UCF had that we were using that as our progress monitoring tool, but the grant ended and UCF was no longer going to purchase it. So we put that back to the teachers. What do the schools want to administer? We could continue with Stanford 10, which is a normed reference assessment. We could switch to iReady because it was in some of our schools. There was a lot of buy-in and desire to have iReady. We could buy iStation, and we also actually looked at Ames Web, which was a Pearson product. It was the Stanford is a paper pencil assessment. Ames Web was obviously on the web, so we were giving the option. We took that those initial measurements and we sent it to the schools, and we provided guidance on these are the different options you have. Which would you like to continue with? And this went to teachers. It went to K1 and 2 teachers at the time for their feedback, and they provided feedback to us. Yes and no's, and also lengthy statements, which were great. We went through that, and then we went through everything, and the choice was very clear that iReady was definitely pulling ahead. And from that, we narrowed it down to 3 assessments, being iStation, iReady, and SAT 10. And the schools then had a vote. Every elementary school got their faculties together and voted on which product they wanted. And 86% of the elementary schools chose iReady. And that was where we went with our progress monitoring.
And it's very interesting to know the history, because when these questions come up, at very first, just like the Achieve 3000, just like Canvas, just like the SIPs, when teachers first get a hold of it, it's a whole new language. And what we had in the past were all these different programs, the ELA programs, every Tom, Dick, and Harry program at every other school. So I believe, and Superintendent, you can correct me, we're trying to unify and get the common language. So teachers who transfer to another grade, to another school, the language is the same, and the learning curve is lessened, and the teaching becomes more impactful. And that's where we want to get to. We don't want to continue getting new programs. And to Combs' point, we always have to be guarded that teachers, and you're right, Member Combs, when we had initiated it in 2016, 2017, some of the substitutes, I will tell you, were using it for babysitting, and that was a truism. And I mean, that's just because they put them on the computer. So, I mean, we've morphed way far. And I look at it, and I'm going to stop after this sentence or two. I look at this, Superintendent Davis, again, the importance of a common language whenever you have a program, an initiative, be it PBIS, be it a Leader in Me, be it iReady, be it Canvas. It's the importance of the common vocabulary and language is so critical when teacher to teacher training. It manifests itself into much more effective instruction. And I'm glad Member Snively is paying attention like we all are, and Shake Washington, Member Shake Washington, for our low-performing schools. It's going to be very interesting to see the fidelity of these programs. I'm picking on you guys, but I think it's good that you pointed that out. So at any rate, we're going to go ahead and vote when your lights are on. It's unanimous. Thank you, board members. 6:15, the next agenda item. Let's get back a little bit off the subject in a different way. Agreement with the Hillsborough County Sheriff's Office for the 2021-2022 School Resource Deputy Program. Superintendent Davis, will you highlight this item?
Yes, ma'am. This is our agreement with Hillsborough County Sheriff's Office for our resource officers for the 21-22 school year. As you know, we have, with Senate Bill 7026 through Parkland, requires that we have armed assets on every one of our campuses to make certain that we are protecting our students at the same time protecting our employees. And what this does is continues to highlight that we make sure we have a resource officer at every one of our middle schools and every one of our high schools within our school district. As you know, with this articulation agreement, 50% of this is paid by Hillsborough County Sheriff's Office, and the other 50% is paid by the school district, which is a really fair opportunity for them to show the importance of placing individuals for safety within our organization. This is a $3.7 million expenditure, but this is, once again, this is $153,000 less than last year's expenditure. And this is a continued to show that we are partnering with our local law enforcement, and they truly, under the direction of the sheriff, have been thought partners. We know that, on our campuses, we just don't want them to be there to enforce the law. We want them to be actually mentors and be a part of a community approach. And these individuals go through a significant number of trainings to be able to prepare and interact with our students every single day.
Thank you, Superintendent Davis. Board members, I need a motion and a second to approve this item. I have a motion by Member Combs and a second by Member Washington. There is discussion. Perhaps Member Vaughn, would you like to go ahead and begin? You pulled this item.
Thank you. I just really wanted you to highlight the training that they get, what this partnership looks like. I know as we talk about the school to prison pipeline, and part of all of that is, criminal justice and making sure that the resource officers that we put in our schools are community service minded, and that they're there to serve the schools, and that they do have the training to make sure that they are able to react to situations and support our students in the best manner. So I wanted to make sure you highlighted that and people understood it before we pass this agenda item.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
Yes, ma'am. You may talk about some of the trainings. Okay, so yes, ma'am. So I think it's really good. So not only do they go through CPR, they go through wellness, they go through tactical training, but at the same time they go through de-escalation and diversity training. The de-escalation training is all about listening. It's about making certain that they don't have pre-assumptions when they interact with that learner, that student, or that employee. It's also being able to make certain that officers understand their legal limitations when they interact with our students, and then being able to make certain that they see it from a different perspective. So not only do they have tactical training, diversity training, and implicit bias training, they do a really nice job making certain that these individuals are ready and primed and prepared to make that holistic approach, as Ms. Vaughn talked about.
Thank you, Superintendent Davis, and we also want to thank Chief Newman and the resource officers for doing a spectacular job. We're nearing our school days, so we're going to very much appreciate their presence. Board members, I'm sorry, Member Perez, did you have a comment? Go ahead.
Thank you. And they also assist with the Baker Acts, correct? You didn't mention that.
Yes, ma'am, they do. Good point.
Okay.
Thank you, Member Perez. Board members, please vote when your lights are on. Thank you, board members. It's unanimous. 704, approve the projected 2021-2022 22, PICO and millage projects. Superintendent Davis, will you highlight this item?
Yes, ma'am. 704 is approval of our projected 21-22 PICO funding along with our millage projects. It's my recommendation that we talk about the public education capital outlay funds along with a millage that is proposed to our school district. And this will be in amount of $175 million.
Okay, thank you. I need a motion and a second to approve this item. I have a motion by Member Combs, a second by Member Washington. Member Combs, you pulled this item. Would you like to ask a question?
Yes, I have quite a few questions regarding this. I feel like as a board member, my job is to educate the public. And one of the things that I've quickly learned being on the board is that we are horribly underfunded in Florida. And, someone spoke today like, we're only a few $100s being, from the 50th worst funded, state in the country. So my question is, I wanted information exactly to inform voters exactly what is PICO dollars?
PICO dollars have been in Florida for a long time. It's a tax revenue that has come to school districts for years and years. There used to be PICO maintenance and PICO construction. PICO construction went away a while ago. PICO maintenance has been around for that entirety. We have not received any PICO maintenance dollars in multiple years, 4 or 5 years.
Okay, so for 4 or 5 years, we haven't received any dollars. And based on my, research, how much money did the charter schools in our district receive this year alone? So our Hillsborough County Public Schools, 255 schools did not receive a dollar. So how much did the charters receive this year?
Yes, Mr. Chair, I'd love to have PICO dollars once again. Right now, $13,866,930.
So, and based on, when I look at PICO funds, it says that basically it's the need for construction of new education facilities, as well as major additions, renovations, or repairs necessary to extend the useful life of buildings. And so we talked about today about the growth in South County. We talked about the growth and adding buildings. And I'm just trying to understand why, 47 charter schools received $13.8 million. 26 of those received $250,000 or more. A school in my district that is much smaller and is not as great need received over $700,000 in tax dollars for PICO. So my question is why is Tallahassee giving that to established schools, $13.8 million, and why are we not even receiving a dollar? Can someone answer that for me?
Honestly, we asked the same question. From PICO perspective, we'd love to have those dollars. Those dollars allow us to address deferred maintenance within our organization, and thankful that we have the half cent, because the half cent continues to be able to address deficiencies in the funding that we receive. And thank you to the community and that executive committee that continues to help us. But overall, this PICO should always be an avenue that we advocate for, to be able to have those funds for us that we can address our facilities as well.
Yes, because as I look at one of the established charter schools in my district, who had a brand new facility, this year received $758,000, tax dollars for an established school that is only probably about 6 years old. So I'm just wondering, when is anyone going to say about the inequity, and when is anyone going to spotlight what's happening in our state?
I can tell you through the Superintendent's Advisory or Superintendent's Association, we always push to ask for equal playing field, especially when it comes to funding.
The fight is in Tallahassee.
Thank you.
Okay.
The taxpayers should know where their money's going as well.
Thank you, Member Combs. Member Washington?
Mr. Davis, I see down here we are talking about the project district. What is the site numbers, those site numbers? Because if somebody would see that, they couldn't understand. Is those sites number, or you won't answer?
They're not. They're funding numbers. So you're talking about where it says like next to maintenance trucks or the different funding?
No. Page 1 or 2, It has the project 8082 and then the site number 9833.
So that's the maintenance site number. So for the
okay.
one you said 8802 is wide access control. So that's all the buzzers that are all the schools. So the $100,000 that are there are to install buzzers at all the schools. So that is district wide, and it'll say district wide access control on a lot of those. So that's funding for every buzzer we have in the entire district access control.
Oh, okay.
So all of these are what go to your maintenance department. So maintenance central, east, and west. This is where their funding comes from.
Oh,
It gets
okay.
sent from here to all those areas.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Member Washington. Board members, please vote when your lights are on. It's unanimous. Thank you. 711, approve the proposed K through 8 bell schedules for the 2021-22 school year. Superintendent Davis, there are a few changes you had shared. Can you highlight this item?
Yes, Mr. Chair. Last month we brought all the bell schedule changes, bell schedules for all of our schools. We identified some K-8s along with some high schools that needed some additional minutes to be able to hit the expectations outlined by the state of Florida. So just bringing those minutes in time frames to the board for proper approval versus just changing them and posting them on the website. So after formal approval, we'll make certain that we continue to articulate, and these are going back to the 2019-2020 bell schedules that we originally implemented prior to COVID.
Thank you, Superintendent Davis. I need a motion and a second. I have a motion by Member Snively, and I have a second by Member Perez. At this time, we'll have, Member Vaughn, you pulled this item. Do you have a question or comment?
I just wanted to make sure that we did do the second set of changes, because I know that when we first approved this, I had some principals contact me stating that the way that we had originally gone back with the extra time and the day now that we're mandating, we're causing some schedule changes. So do you anticipate these changes will address that and fix that?
Yes, ma'am. We made many phone calls to K-8s because that's where I got an email, asking about making the adjustments to go back, that it was accurate. There was a staple time frame that was implemented in the bell schedule. It was the error on staff. We made certain that we called staff, Mr. Farkas, along with our chiefs. Regional superintendents called all of our principals to make certain we got it right, and also looked through high school recently to make sure they had sufficient number of minutes. So this should be final, good to go.
Good, and they won't have any issues if they have a large school in between hallways with the changing classes. Awesome.
No, ma'am, this is the reason. That's a good point to the high school. So we had to make certain we had additional 5 minutes so that they can have an additional minute within the walkways, because if not, they were going to have 4 minutes for transitions, and we want to make certain that they have 5. 1 minute, you could say that it's not a big difference. Being a former high school principal, it definitely is. I can get kids in the class for 30 seconds, 15 seconds, so they're breathing now a little bit better. So being able to bring this to the board allows us to have better fluency and pathways in our schools.
Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
We're going. Okay, thank you. Board members, please vote when your lights are on. It is unanimous. Thank you, Board. 1201, I believe this is going to go to Jim Porter. It's an update on the Hillsborough County Board redistricting, and this is an information item only, board members. So Mr. Porter will give us some information.
I'll be brief, Madam Chair. Board members, there have been questions in the community about redistricting. As you know, or may or not know, the County Commission is bound to redistrict after every census. We have a different set of laws that apply to us, but traditionally the district every 10 years or so after the census has looked to see whether your member boundary should be redistricted or redrawn. We're waiting on census data that, according to the Supervisor of Elections, probably will not be available until September. If there is a 10% disparity in population, it's probably a good idea to redistrict. But again, we're not mandated to like the County Commission is, and that's created some confusion, I know, among some of your constituents and some other elected officials. This would be in Mr. Farkas' and Ms. Dickerson's department. Again, we are in contact with the Supervisor of Elections, also looking at what the county is doing, and have been in contact with the county attorney's office. If we do feel the need to redistrict, we'll bring that back to you. Two things, though, that I really want to leave you with that are important, and I'm happy to answer any questions, but probably better at a different time. Number one, the decision is entirely yours. This board makes a decision of what those boundaries looks like. And number two, if you do choose to redistrict, it will not affect anyone sitting here's term. Again, the county is different. They're redistricting, and everybody but one has to run again at the county commission level. If you do decide to redistrict, it won't affect your current terms, and the decision is going to be yours. And again, I felt that was important based on comments I've heard from some of you all and from some other elected officials, that we at least put that information out there.
Oops. Thank you, Mr. Porter. Board members, I think should you have any questions about the redistricting, we do have to wait for the census, of course, and that is an obvious conclusion. I did want to say for a moment, Superintendent Davis, before your comments, we will have a suspended agenda, and I have already 3 items which I will share. And board members, I know that we can get very specific with the literacy updates. We may want to get a little bit specific, but the turnaround schools status, and I know this is something coming from Member Washington, just received a financial committee. Is that correct? Okay, so I'm going to go ahead and work with the superintendent, make sure that we get this suspended agenda in real time and speak. Board members, we have comments now. Board comments. So if you'll put your name on the queue, and here we go. Member Hahn, looks like you're first. Go ahead.
Thank you, Member Gray. So I think it's important to understand how the recent reorg, and I thank you for meeting with each of us individually, but I do think it's important to understand how the reorganization, because this is the second one that you've done, is going to contribute to the fiscal stability of the district. And historically, one of the ways that superintendents did that, or the one I worked with, I don't have a lot of experience, but they provided a reorganization summary. And it lists the departments or positions moving and the name changes if there are any. It lists the eliminated positions. It lists the appointments. And then it was also, the org charts were accompanied by a district management reorg worksheet. And that had the job code and positions, whether it was a deleted position or a new position, the justification, the salary, the fringe, the savings or the cost, and then the funding source. And I think as we're very focused on our fiscal crisis and making sure that we created a plan as a board and a superintendent, we want to make sure that we're staying on course, that it's great to have the charts to look at, but these supporting documents help us as a board understand the fiscal impact. And I think that, like I said, historically, they've come along with that. I don't know why they weren't with the most current one. It typically comes to the board as well, along with the financial impact statement. So I'm not sure why it wasn't done this time. And it usually, all of this typically is provided to the board before the implementation of the reorganization chart. It's my understanding that that's already been implemented. So, but it's not too late. I'd like to request these documents, and I'd like them to go to all the board members. Also, I'd like to know, I was really excited today that the dashboard around ESSERS is created, and when do y'all expect that to be launched?
Yes, ma'am, to the chair. We're ready to launch now. All the information data has been uploaded, so we're ready for implementation. So at either end of the week or beginning of the next week, we'll be able to launch that and have it on our website interaction.
That's great.
Yes, ma'am. And as relates to the organizational information, I'd love to see those documents. I've been here 16 months and I haven't seen them, but we will update them and provide it. I know it didn't happen the first time, but we'll make certain we get it now because it makes sense.
Yeah, I'll give you my folder, and if anybody else is interested, all you have to do is go to the agenda, the old agendas online, and type in org chart, and all pops up. So it was done for whether it was overall organizational change or even a divisional organizational change, these documents came to the board. So I appreciate it. I think given our financial situation, it's important. And, you know, we also know that many board members have asked for cuts at the top before the schoolhouse. And so I'm kind of curious as to how the new org chart is impacting us financially, as I'm sure our other board members are too. Thank you.
Thank you, Member Hahn. Member Washington, followed by Member Perez.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. I'll be real short. This weekend just passed, which was the 25th at Allen Temple AME Church, we had Family and Friends Day. We had a great time. We had over 200 pair of tennis shoes that we gave away to District 5 people that lived in the community. The community, we probably had over 200 people to come to the bash. We had food, we had games, videos, horseback rides, and it was great to have the community out for something different than book bags. Because we really gave good tennis shoes. We didn't give no. You ain't get no Bobos. No Bobos. Nikes and everything else up.
That's why he's got his Air Force One up. Put your foot up.
That's right. I got my Air Force Ones on tonight.
Put up. Go ahead and show you them Air Force Ones you got on today. Look at them. Looking clean. They don't mess around.
But I want y'all to know that I paid for my Air Force One. Don't listen to the superintendent.
What'd he say? Oh, wait. Okay.
But anyway, we really had a great time. And we had an opportunity to come out and have the families there from District 5, and we had a great time. So I'd like to thank Reverend Daines, our pastor, for doing a great job, and the members of our church and the other community members that came out and donated shoes, brand new shoes to the kids. That's it. That's it for me tonight. Thank you so much.
Great, and thank you for the happy stories, and those are important moments, Member Washington. Member Perez, then Member Vaughn.
Yes. So acknowledging the fact that our students are going to be returning to brick and mortar, and especially those who were on e-learning last year, we're going to be having a return to school refresh, a wellness reboot. Can you put up the? Does he have it? Yes. Okay. Preparing your child for the 21-22 school year. I have 4 dates at East Bay High School, West Tampa Elementary, Tampa Bay Tech High School, and Hillsborough High, where we're going to be talking about your children's mental wellness, providing information and resources for getting your child prepared and you prepared for getting your child back to school. So I look forward to seeing parents and students out in this. And then we're going to be also, to your point, Member Washington, we're going to be having some backpacks and back to school stuff for our students and for their parents. But more on the wellness, health side. So I look forward to seeing the students and their families there. And that is it for me.
Thank you, Member Perez. Member Vaughn, and then Member Combs.
Well, first of all, Member Perez, thank you for always advocating for mental health and making that a topic and letting our students and our district staff and everyone know all of the opportunities. I do want to just take a moment to personally go on record and say that although I appreciate the superintendent's leadership and his decision regarding masks, I am disappointed and concerned that as a district we aren't responding to the newest CDC guidelines and prioritizing our youngest students under the ages of 12 who can't get access to the vaccine, especially as a parent of one who's going to be sending my student into the classrooms unprotected other than just a mask on their face. But aside from that, I just want to address the constant state overreach and how I've said at the last board meeting that we as a board are going to at some point have to decide whether we're going to say we have the right to make decisions locally and what issue we're going to make a stand on. And if it's not protecting our youngest students during a pandemic, I don't know when the issue is going to be the right time. But I am concerned again about the constant state overreach and our ability to make decisions locally. So now that I've gotten that out of the way, I do want to pivot and kind of talk about something that's happening. I've talked recently in the last couple board meetings about Oasis, which gathers clothing for our students who might not have access to it. And during the beginning of the school year is always a big drive for them. So Oasis is actually having a shop and share where I know, like, for me, I'm going through and buying new school clothes, and then I'm looking at all the school clothes that my son's outgrown and thinking, you know, who can I give these to or what can I do with them? So Oasis is an opportunity for you to use those gently used uniforms, pants. They even accept toothbrushes and toothpaste, obviously not gently used. Those would be new. Bar soap and whatnot to make sure that our students who might not have access to those items are able to. So they're having this drive Saturday, August 7th from 10 to noon. You can go to oasisopportunity.org and get more information, but it shows you 4 different drop-off locations. And if now isn't the right time, they collect things throughout the year. So I just want to remind people that this is a great opportunity to share your reused or brand new things to make sure our students have what they need. So thank you very much.
Thank you for your goodwill. Very appreciated. Member Combs?
Just a couple things, because I know, you know, everybody's about ready to go home, right? So the one thing is, and I talked to Ms. McCray and the superintendent, I just wanted to formally request that we do have a workshop for transformation schools, and so I will, you know, fill that out. I think we all know the importance of that.
We have the workshop scheduled.
Yes, okay, so we had talked about that, and really to being able, and Ms. McCray and I spoke about, you know, telling us more about what's going on in the schools, so that way we can actually go visit and be more involved. Because, you know, although I'm in District 1, you know, I am very, very interested in, you know, in those transformation schools. None of those schools are in my district, but we are all together working together for the greater good of our district. So to really talk about that. And then also I wanted to mention that, you know, Member Snively, Member Gray and I, we went to the Leadership Institute, you know, this last week, and I was able to see a couple sessions, and I was really happy to see all the assistant principals. We went to that to be able to see and actually go to some of the sessions and really see where we are, where we're going, and I thought that was really well done. I think it was motivating to see the assistant principals all come together in one area. I know prior to that was the principals, and I think it's great that we're finally doing that, because, you know, the assistant principals especially, you know, have done, you know, all the administrators do so much work, but I think often we forget about how much work the assistant principals do. And I thought that was a great summit, and I think it really motivated a lot of people, and I was very excited to be part of that. And hopefully next year, you know, I'll be able to go to all of them. Thank you.
Thank you, Member Combs, and indeed that was a brilliant combination of teaching and learning. Member Snively.
Thank you, Madam Chair. First, I want to say thank you to all of our community partners who are sponsoring. They're holding back to school events, and we have such a wonderful community and so many organizations that want to give back and help students. And so I just think it's wonderful that we have all of these organizations and people who want to help our students. I want to say special thanks to Bill Curry Ford in Tampa. They had 1,500 children come out to their event on last Friday evening, and were able to serve that community, and looking forward to having an even larger event in the future with more participation and more partnerships. So I also want to mention the Leadership Institute. I thought that was a really great opportunity for the principals and assistant principals in our school district, and looking forward to seeing more opportunities like that for now that we can come together, and hopefully we can continue coming together in person. So I thought that was pretty impactful. And then I wanted to congratulate one of our own that this is a twofold special announcement, because at the gala for the Teacher of the Year, the Florida Teacher of the Year Awards, and I have a slide for that if they put that up. State Farm Insurance, as many of you know, I've been a State Farm agent for 20 years and actually with the company for almost 30 years. State Farm has a special award that they give out at the at the awards gala, and one of our own, Laura Meehan, who was our Teacher of the Year, if you remember, the HEF Teacher of the Year. She actually won the State Farm Life Skills Award. She was recognized as someone who can assist students or teach students how to think critically and how to develop life skills. And when we talk about our vision and our mission in our school district, preparing students for life, I'm proud to say that that State Farm Award really aligns with what we're trying to accomplish in our school district. And I just wanted to take a moment to recognize her for that special award that she received recently at the gala. So congratulations to Laura Meehan, and we're very proud of all of our teachers, and we're so proud that she was recognized at that event for that particular award. And I can't believe school's starting soon, so welcome back to our teachers and our faculty. And whew, wow, that was fast, right? So school starts in a couple of weeks, and best wishes to all of our students and our families who are getting excited, especially the ones who are just starting school for the first time. Those are exciting times for students and families. And thank you again for. I know that it's controversial, but I really appreciate you continuing to make masks optional for our students. Personally, as my family struggled with that, and I appreciate that you're listening to the community. And the Parent Bill of Rights was a big statement for our communities and our parents and families in our state, which was just recently signed into law. And I know that's going to be communicated out to all of our parents and families across the school district. But it's important that parents have that right and that choice, how to care for their children, how to manage their children. And I know some parents may not feel like we are partners with their families, but I do. I actually believe we are partners with our families and our students. And I hope that we can get to a point where all parents see that we are partners with our families and our students. We're all on one team. We should all be on one team together. So hopefully we can continue creating a culture where people feel more like we're on the same team. But thank you.
Absolutely. The team spirit is so critical. Even when things are very easy, a team is essential. So moving forward, I want to say also big thank you to Terry Connor and the staff for the brilliant leadership of the principal and Assistant Principal Leadership Institute. You did a spectacular job, and Superintendent Davis, you must be very proud of your staff. And I know that there's been so many favorable comments, and I learned a lot through those classes, so it was quite interesting. I wanted to say quickly, thank you, Camden Properties, and that Chris Farkas. I know you probably had a lot of rewiring, poor Jeremy, but they donated 20 TVs from 50-inch to 70-inch to our district. And thank you, Ed Malone. He's one of my track buddies. And these are brand new TVs, so it was quite nice. Also, I wanted to say that our Hillsborough County African American Task Force will be having a lot of people on the walk to Perry Harvey Park. Terry Connor will join us. Member Washington will be there. Over 20 community leaders, maybe the mayor, and also many of our staff members who have been mindfully cognizant and also working on the curriculum for the African American Studies. And last, we have the summer school program. I bet you anything, you wouldn't believe the things that we teach. Kevin, did you put that together? Do we have a video on that real quick? So let's, yeah, because you never know what goes on in summer school, but you got to see this. I mean, before I start giving it away. Watch your TV, everybody. My TV doesn't work. Oh, here I am. 7 schools that attended this summer school. In heart rate monitors, which a lot of math. And this is the top wrestling coach. He volunteers with these children. Oh my goodness. This is me trying to help someone figure it out. Hey, don't you laugh. I actually do know how to work a heart monitor. 2,790 steps, you think? Yep. Next was when they got their snacks, it went up. We have activities.
An opportunity like this for our students, and not just our transformation students, but all of our students, making that extra connection with art, music, physical education, dance, that we know that those are the sparks that keep our students coming to school every day, and make those connections with critical thinking and problem solving with their core content areas. And so when those students get that extra opportunity, we know that they're just going to be extra strong.
And there's the staff, did an excellent job. So, mighty fine example of summer school. A little bit different than when the olden days. And thank you, Superintendent Davis and Terry Connor, for, I want to say sponsoring it, but I hope we can develop it even more. It's for the transformation schools, helps these kids greatly, and I think we're ready to handle an end of the meeting. We're done. Somehow